Chapter 1174. Eliminating a Half-God. Hong, 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 Hong. Following a few earth-shaking explosions, the entire floating island started to crumble under the intensity of the battle, as pieces and shards started to descend from the sky. Yu Zhong had already launched more than 12,000 punches at Aji Hong, who was forced back hundreds of meters, as he spat out golden blood. Aji Hong stared at the gold battle armor. His eyes flashed with disbelief, and he roared with discontentment. "You're wearing a gold-grade treasure. How? How could you have two gold-grade treasures?" One single piece was incredibly precious. Each time one appeared, there would be an intense bloodbath. Furthermore, most of the current known gold-grade treasures were in the hands of Type 9 powerhouses. If a single Type 9 powerhouse was known to possess one, it would be incredible. Yet, Yu Zhong actually possessed two of such treasures. Aji Hong was naturally aggrieved. As the island started to break apart, the changes in the atmosphere and energy also aroused the shock of the elite troops within the Great Dragon Empire. Many of the elites began to soar over, most of them at the Type 7 realm. However, there were at least 20 Type 8 powerhouses among them as well. The Great Dragon Holy Land was the core of the empire, and it was natural for many experts to be stationed here. "You have too many loyal dogs, right on time, I need some nourishment." Yu Zhong swept out his perception sense and picked up on the numerous experts gathered. With a thought, the Devil Domain surged, extending over 100 kilometers, and the devilish manifestations began to pounce towards the elites of the Great Dragon Empire. In an instant, many of these core experts were swarmed by assault. Under the enhancement of the gold battle armor, Yu Zhong possessed a Type 9 fighting strength, and his Devil Domain had similarly become more terrifying. The moment those Type 7 powerhouses entered the domain, they became emaciated corpses, while the 28 Type 8 powerhouses were also torn apart by the devils. As Yu Zhong slaughtered wantonly, he could sense countless strands of life force surging into his body, accumulating within him. "No! You damn bastard! I will eat you up!" As Aji Hong watched his elites being consumed by Yu Zhong, his eyes were filled with a savage glint. He roared out in fury and rage. These were the experts his empire had poured in large amount of resources to nurture. To think that they would be killed by Yu Zhong so easily, this caused a huge blow to the empire. In his fury, he channeled out countless true dragon images, each of them containing principles as they slammed towards Yu Zhong. After becoming a true dragon, his body was his strongest weapon, and unless there was a gold-grade weapon, other weapons would not be able to deal damage to it. The two Type 9 monsters continued to battle it out in a maddened frenzy. Aji Hong was a true Type 9 powerhouse, and was familiar with the control of spatial laws, more so than Yu Zhong. However, no matter what it did, most of its strength and attack would be negated by 90% when they struck Yu Zhong. The remaining 10% was not particularly hurtful to Yu Zhong either. Yu Zhong continued to give it his all, learning how to control and get used to his current strength. As the two parties fought harshly and intensely, as though it was a sparring match so that a half-god could give Yu Zhong some pointers. Yu Zhong was steadily getting stronger and improving during the exchange. The fight continued to ignite huge amounts of atmospheric energy all around, causing terrifying hurricanes and shock waves to blast outward. Under the intense blasts, many structures began to collapse as the ground broke apart. The countless holy race members and humans within the Great Dragon Imperial City were struck by the aftermath and died instantly. Due to a large number of deaths resulting from the battle, the remnant life force was instantly absorbed by Yu Zhong through the God-Devil imprint and stored within his body. The two continued to fight for an entire 4 days and 4 nights, while the entire Imperial City had been leveled. All that left was debris and corpses everywhere. After going all out continuously for 4 days and 4 nights, both Yu Zhong and Aji Hong were starting to get exhausted. A few Type 8 nuclei on the gold battle armor had also shattered. The might of the armor was huge, but its consumption was likewise terrifying. The nuclei could not keep up with the energy consumption, thus it was natural that they broke apart. In fact, the armor was best used for a Type 10 true God expert, with his own strength channeling the armor to bring about the best result. As for Aji Hong, he was also riddled with injuries, his entire body covered in golden blood. Yu Zhong's attacks were imbued with some laws and principles as well, and although Aji Hong's regeneration was incredible against wounds caused by laws, they recovered at a much slower pace. By the time the battle reached the 5th day, Aji Hong and Yu Zhong's strength had dropped to the high Type 8 realm. However, they were still battling it out intensely. "Your Majesty, we're here!" At the dawn of the 5th day, 4 half-step Type 9 auras surged from a distance, as the remaining 4 holy kings charged over madly. Right behind them, there were 48 Type 8 powerhouses following closely. This unit might not count for much in front of Yu Zhong at his peak, however, it would be the deciding factor in the current state of the battle between the two peak experts. Aji Hong grinned viciously at Yu Zhong, his right hand extending out to form a seal on the space around the both of them. "Haha! Yu Zhong, your death is near. You think that I don't know you have a super AI that can interrupt our communications? From the moment I saw you, I had already sent out a signal. We've been waiting for you to get exhausted. This time, you're dead. All that you own will belong to me." Yu Zhong swept Aji Hong a look, his eyes filled with pity. "What a fool, you're just courting death. Open fire!" With a thought, the radiant battleship opened fire, and the last Type 9 nucleus cracked and crumbled, as a white cannon blast tore through space, piercing the space of the great dragon planet. The beam immediately slammed into the 4 holy kings, as well as 38 of the 48 Type 8 powerhouses behind, vaporizing them. After that, the beam blasted through the spatial lock around Aji Hong and Yu Zhong's position, blasting into his body. "No!" Aji Hong only had time to scream out once, before his body was also vaporized due to the beam. Even the indestructible god bones within its body were eradicated, leaving behind only a white Type 9 nucleus, and a spatial ring that fell to the ground. The moment Aji Hong died, an abundant life force surged into Yu Zhong's body. The pure life force surged through his body and tunneled into his bones, metamorphosing them into fully golden, indestructible god bones. With the assistance of Aji Hong's life force, Yu Zhong was able to cross another realm, reaching the peak of the half-step Type 9 realm. As long as he comprehended spatial laws, he would immediately break through and become a true Type 9 powerhouse. Yu Zhong reached out and kept the Type 9 nucleus as well as the spatial ring. After killing Aji Hong, Yu Zhong swept a look at the remaining 10 Type 8 powerhouses, and with a wave of his hands, the Devil Domain appeared, coiling around them, and turning them into emaciated corpses. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, finally. A Type 9 powerhouse is truly hard to deal with. If it was not for his rushed intention to kill me and wasting so much of his strength, I would only be at a draw with him. If Aji Hong intended to flee, Yu Zhong would not be able to do anything to him. Furthermore, the human race on the Great Dragon Planet would have to face a calamity. With a thought, he swept a glance through the spatial ring and was filled with joy. Yes, there are 3 Type 9 nuclei here. A Type 9 nucleus was extremely precious to Yu Zhong. It could power the radiant battleship as well as the gold battle armor. There were other treasures as well, but just the 3 Type 9 nuclei could be considered the most useful to Yu Zhong. "This planet belongs to me now." He looked at the 3 nuclei and smirked. With a thought, he entered the radiant battleship hidden within the void. Without a Type 9 powerhouse holding the fort, the radiant battleship could now scan the planet in an unbridled manner, giving him the location of every single living thing on it. Within the Black WYRM Kingdom, the palace where the Black WYRM King resided, there was a large hole as Yu Zhong stepped out. The Black WRM King was in the middle of enjoying himself, and he turned around swiftly, only to be met with Yu Zhong's palm, slapping him into minced meat. Chapter 1175. Alien Invasion. After killing the Black WRM King, under the astonished gaze of the females of other species, Yu Zhong swept up all the treasures and resources, before disappearing back into the void. In an instant, Yu Zhong had transcended space, appearing in the residence of the Wind WRM King, and slapped the Wind WRM King into meat paste. With the radiant battleship sending him everywhere, Yu Zhong appeared like a ghost, tearing the numerous Type 8 WRM Kings throughout the planet, squashing them to death and absorbing their life force, making away with all their belongings. After the Type 8 Kings were all squashed to death by Yu Zhong, the human armies led by Annie were unstoppable. They advanced everywhere and destroyed cities, and the Holy Race warriors were all slaughtered. On the other side, Kai Wei was controlling the 200,000 mechs to tear through the gold WRM King City and establish a human base. The planet was incredibly vast, and with all the upper echelons of the Great Dragon Empire slaughtered by Yu Zhong, the entire governing power was thrown into chaos. However, to fully subdue the planet, it was not a simple task. The number of Holy Race members was simply too large on the planet. Furthermore, the fear they had instilled in the human race was too deeply ingrained. Those that truly dared to go against the Holy Race members were those inside the Jiao Beast City, who had deep-set hatred against the Holy Race. However, the resources were truly abundant, and to Yu Zhong, this planet was the best to establish a base. Yu Zhong took out another 300,000 mech beasts to hand to Annie, getting her to push even further out. Currently, he was outside the city, making use of the mechs and the technology obtained from the Mech Kingdom to produce even more mech production facilities. The Mech Empire was able to subdue so many planets and crush civilizations was because, on top of the strength of the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting, they had a steady, never-ending stream of mechs. With enough nuclei and resources, the Mech Kingdom could easily make use of their mechs to produce even more facilities that would churn out more mechs every day without stop, replenishing their numbers until they wipe out their enemies. Yu Zhong had wiped out the top brass of the planet, and obtained many equipment and resources, allowing Bai Yi to take over the reins in controlling the mechs to build factories and build more mechs. As long as Yu Zhong had enough time, he could make use of the resources on this great dragon planet to produce mechs with stop. Once the numbers accumulated, it would form a terrifying army, enough to wipe out the entire planet's Holy Race members. On Earth, China's capital. Inside a meeting hall, the major heads of China were gathered, including Chen Yan, Qi Yang, Hu Yi, Bai Shaoxing, Li Guang, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, Luo Qingqing, Han Qiong, and many others. Luo Qingqing, Han Qiong, and Luo Chen were from another world, but the people they brought were not little, and against the zombies, mutant beasts and aliens, they had contributed greatly, integrating fully within Yu Zhong's forces. Qi Yang started solemnly. Today, there were 13 alien hosts discovered at the Guangxi base. They had been infected through the alien rats in the tunnels. There have been similar cases discovered in Hunan and Sichuan. The evolution speed of these aliens are too fast. They have caused quite the commotion in some of the bases. His eyes flashed with exhaustion as he continued. In this month alone, there had been 2,600 ordinary people who had died due to infection or killings by the aliens. On the military side, over 1,000 had also perished in the clash against those aliens. Our prized hunters no longer dare to leave beyond 20 kilometers from the bases. I hope that everyone can pool their ideas to deal with this, or our China will soon cease to exist. In a month, the death toll had reached 4,000. Currently, there were only about 10 million people in China. The death toll was not something they could take on in the long run. Especially for those ordinary people who were infected, This caused even more panic in the large bases. Hui spoke out, "Let me say something. Currently, there are traces of aliens everywhere in China. From the information that leader brought back, their reproduction rate is astonishing, and as long as they have enough food, they can survive in any conditions. Furthermore, they can infect any life form. Based on our conjecture, they should already have amassed a large army, and are right now dispersed throughout China. During our clashes against the zombies and mutant beasts, we have come across infected zombies and mutant beasts as well. Although we were able to wipe them out, it's likely that they have already spread throughout the country. We would soon be facing a tough battle." Hearing his words, everyone's expression sunk slightly. The aliens were truly the most terrifying enemies they have had to face. Compared to them, the zombies, mutant beasts, and the Sea Clan did not count for much. The most fearsome thing about them was their ability to multiply. As long as the alien queen continued to produce spawn, letting them infect all sorts of life forms, they would quickly grow and evolve. What was more, if an ordinary alien left the queen and absorbed enough food, it could also evolve to become a queen and produce other forms of aliens that was filled with spawn. Once those big-bellied aliens split apart, countless spawn would be produced and infect the life forms nearby. Although the first wave of aliens had been destroyed by Yuzhong initially, there had been some who slipped through the nets, and through the evolution and reproduction capabilities, who knew how many were currently in China. China had obtained all sorts of powerful and high-tech weaponry. As long as the army used those, they could deal with small numbers of aliens. However, searching and flushing them out was a huge problem. These aliens could hide within any biological life forms, and if one did not open up the hosts, it was almost impossible to sense them. As everyone fell silent, the doors of the meeting hall suddenly swung open. One officer came in with an ashen expression as he shouted, "Not good, Guangxi's base has just sent a request for aid. They're under attack from a huge alien army. Based on the preliminary scans, the total number of aliens is over 500,000. "What?" Hearing that, everyone's expression sunk. Ji Qingwu pressed a button, and some screens appeared inside the meeting hall, showing the images from Guangxi. Yuzhong had obtained numerous advanced satellites from the Mech Kingdom, and launched 15 of them in the stratosphere of Earth, monitoring the planet. Right outside Guangxi, all sorts of aliens were currently pouncing towards the base, and the savagery of the attack could be seen. There were many bunkers and military structures established around Guangxi base, with automatic laser weapons installed. The numerous automated laser cannons appeared and began firing at the aliens. At the same time, the mech beasts stationed around the base, as well as mechs under Bai Yi's control, entered the battlefield. Many humans equipped with particle cannons and enhanced armor also went to the front line, taking cover within those bunkers, firing at the incoming aliens. Under the intense firepower, huge numbers of aliens were being blasted apart. However, their combat power was no joke as well. Even in the midst of the firepower, they could charge forth and tear apart the mech beasts and mechs in a single move. When they burst forth with their speed, they were faster than the speed of sound. Once they entered the battlefield, they tore through many of the military structures, destroying the automated weapons, and devoured the humans within cruelly. When they got close, other than a few elite soldiers, many of the human soldiers would be taken out in an instant. Under the assault of the alien army, a number of defense posts were slowly defeated, and the aliens were advancing. In the skies, the Guangxi base also had to deal with the aerial types, with their unmanned drones, thunder fighters, aerial mech beasts. However, the aliens continued to match with numbers and relentless attacks, both sides clashing in a frenzy. Every second, things would be falling out of the skies. With the pressure of the aerial aliens, the Guangxi Air Force had no choice but to turn back and rely on the anti-air firepower to deal with the aliens. Inside the command center, everyone could see the reinforcements of the alien army continuing to pour out from the huge mountains, forming a sea of aliens that were rushing towards Guangxi. Chapter 1176. Killing the Aliens. Chen Yen saw the endless swarm of aliens and could not help but exclaim, "Damn it, the mountain range had already become their nest! They had been multiplying right under our eyes, and we were unaware. Damn it!" Hui also could not help but pipe in, "We need to provide aid, we have to send our forces there. Otherwise, they will only last for another day. The aliens will overrun them. Damn bastards, they're too cunning to actually reach such numbers before acting. The zombies are nothing compared to them." The combat strength of the aliens was much more terrifying than the zombies. 100,000 aliens would be more than enough to wipe out a million-strong zombie horde. Even if Guangxi was equipped with more advanced technology from other worlds brought by Yu Zhong, they would not be able to deal with such numbers. If Yu Zhong had not brought back equipment, just 500 aliens would be enough to wipe out everyone in Guangxi. Suddenly, another officer came running into the command center, his face pale, as he reported, "General, there are alien sightings all around Sichuan Base, Hunan Base, Shanghai Base, Hubei Base, Yunnan Base, and even our capital. They're currently attacking our military structures." When this news broke out, everyone's faces fell. "What?" Ji Qingwu waved her hands once more, and the display switched, transmitting the feed from the places specified. Only to discover that they could see large numbers of aliens swarming all over the various bases in China. Many of them had already begun to launch their assault, as the whole of China was thrown into a state of warfare. Under such circumstances, the capital no longer had any resources to send to Guangxi's aid. Right at this time, Ji Qingwu came up to Xing Bingyun, bowing and pleading her with urgency. "Miss Xing Bingyun, please, you have to help us." Xing Bingyun had followed Yu Zhong to Earth. Residing in China, however, she was still just an ally, and did not truly join China. Ji Qingwu had no way of ordering her about. If she did not agree, Ji Qingwu could do nothing about it. After all, she was the only Type 8 powerhouse on Earth now. Xing Bingyun had a strange glint as she replied, "Not a problem. For humanity I can act. However, there are so many places in danger, there's only one of me, where do I go?" Ji Qingwu was extremely rational, and made the decision immediately, "Guangxi Base. Please head there first. As for the other bases, we can still hold out. However, if Guangxi does not receive aid, they would fall within a day, and everyone there will become food for the aliens." The Guangxi base, Hunan base, the capital, the Mongol base, the Sichuan base, had the most people and had undergone many events, thus, they were the most important bases. Right now, the capital was the headquarters of the new China, and it had the most trump cards, as well as the most elite of soldiers. There were even 12 protector battleships and other heavy weapons. Their experts were numerous, and were more than enough to fend off against the aliens for a while. As for the Mongol base, they were facing relatively lesser aliens than the rest. Hunan and Sichuan could still hold out for a few days, while the situation at Guangxi was dire. Only by having Xing Bingyun, a Type 8 powerhouse, to intervene would there be a chance. Xing Bingyun replied solemnly, "Not a problem. However, Ji Qingwu, I'll make this clear. Even if I provide reinforcements there, with the current situation, Guangxi would at most be able to hold out for another 3 days. Please make the necessary arrangements, and be prepared." Although she was a Type 8 powerhouse, there were tiers to their strength as well. She was far from comparable to the holy daughters of the holy heavens. Against hundreds of thousands of aliens, she would get tired too. A Type 8 powerhouse was strong, however, they would get tired and intense battles could wear them out. They would need to retreat and rest after killing a certain number, otherwise they could also be torn apart by the low-level enemies. Ji Qingwu replied, "I understand. Miss Xing Bingyun, you may choose to retreat anytime you so wish. However, please inform us so that we can make the necessary preparations. Xing Bingyun nodded and turned to leave. Fine. After she left, Ji Qingwu issued a flurry of orders, and the whole of China began to get into action. In the major cities, many of the reinforcement troops were activated and issued weapons and equipment as they moved out to their positions. Huge numbers of mech beasts were thrown into the battlefield as per by Yi's orders. The numerous factories in the cities began to go into overdrive, producing more mech beasts to send to the front lines. The 12 battleship protectors, as well as 48 B-grade battleships Yuzhong, obtained from the Mech Kingdom were also mobilized, firing at the aliens down below without mercy. Luo Qing piloted the Storm battleship and led the winged race to take on the aerial aliens in the sky. With Ji Qingwu's orders, the whole of China seemed to rise up to take on the alien forces, and in a short time, they managed to forcefully fend them off, resulting in a stalemate. After 3 days, the aliens outside Guangxi base were charging relentlessly towards the military structures. Having fought intensely for 3 days, the human soldiers were retreating with bloodshot eyes, taking cover within the bunkers, taking on the aliens with all their might. As the aliens were being blasted apart, the roads began to corrode due to the blood. However, their advance was unstoppable. After paying the price of over a dozen aliens, another dozen managed to charge through the defense post. Just as the humans were about to be slaughtered, a number of powerful constellations struck down on the ground, directly pulverizing the aliens. Meteor Fairy. It's the Meteor Fairy. The Meteor Fairy is here. Seeing the constellations, the human soldiers all felt revitalized. If it had not been for the Meteor Fairy and the mech beasts, these soldiers could not have held out for so long. It was because she was able to kill a large number of aliens that they had held on. In the air, Xing Bingyun, who was termed as the Meteor Fairy, had a look of exhaustion on her face. She had already supported the city for 3 days, and in this period, she had acted as a firefighter, flying everywhere to deal with the problems. She had less than 10 hours of rest, and the total number of aliens that had died at her hands was over 600,000. Although Xing Bingyun could control the atmospheric energy, the battles over the 3 days without stop had cost her much of her stamina. Her strength had even dropped to the initial Type 7 realm. Xing Bingyun stared at the ocean of aliens, her limpid eyes filled with despair. Damn it, I can't hold out any longer. The aliens are still incoming, seems like Guangxi will not survive past today. The aliens had been silent all these while, and the moment they acted, all their hosts had exploded forth. Only a few fortunate life forms had managed to escape a terrible fate, but the result was still a terrifying sea of aliens that could cause even a Type 8 powerhouse dismay. Right as she was about to despair, there was a sudden tear in space, as a silhouette walked out. Seeing that, her eyes brightened as she shot towards the owner. Yuzhong! He's back! Yuzhong looked at the sea of aliens and frowned. Seems like I was right on time. Had I been slightly later, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Xing Bingyun flew beside him. Yuzhong, the alien army had already spread throughout China, their numbers of millions. Yuzhong looked at the beautiful Xing Bingyun and nodded, thanking her. It's been hard on you, Xing Bingyu. Thank you for lending a hand. Now it's my turn. After that, he waved his hand, and the Devil Domain burst forth, covering an entire area of over 100 li, enveloping all the aliens within. At that moment, all of them were instantly sucked dry by the Devil Domain. By the time the Devil Chi dissipated, there were only corpses of the aliens left. It was a shocking sight. Xing Bingyun stared at the millions of dead aliens, her eyes filled with shock. Strong? He had just been gone a while. How the hell did he become so strong? I'm no longer a match for him. Chapter 1177. Jubilation. Since reaching the half-step Type 9 realm, Yu Zhong's might could already exceed some half-god characters. It was extremely easy for him to clear 1,000,000 aliens. A half-god character could easily wipe out an entire race that had no Type 9 powerhouse, given enough time. Yu Zhong had continuously evolved and finally reached such a level, standing at the peak of this world. That's leader! He's back! Holy shit, he actually killed 1,000,000 zombies in a single move. What a freak! When the soldiers saw what Yu Zhong did, they erupted in cheers and exhilaration. Most of the new recruits did not believe the legends of Yu Zhong. However, at this moment, they had thoroughly become his die-hard fans. Long live Leader! Leader is back! We are saved! Yu Zhong's act of clearing 1,000,000 zombies had been picked up by the satellites, and it was broadcasted to all the cities. Seeing how easily Yu Zhong took care of the threat, every single citizen cheered. In the 3 days of the alien assault, the upper echelon had worked extremely hard and tirelessly, but there had been signs of panic and chaos, as things became even direr. However, the moment Yu Zhong appeared to slaughter 1,000,000 aliens so easily, all of the people became reassured, and their faith and reverence for Yu Zhong were renewed. That was too insane. That fellow is no longer mortal. How could a human evolve to such a standard? Is that the peak of power? There were still a few ambitious fellows biding their time, intending to replace Yu Zhong. Upon witnessing this, their hearts were filled with despair. In front of his absolute strength, their schemes and plots counted for nothing. The moment they revealed themselves, they would sacrifice even their families. These ambitious characters decided to give up any further thoughts of rising to power. They decided to accumulate merits through the government, to build a new path for themselves. In the capital, Qi Yang had also seen Yu Zhong, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that he's back. He's finally back. With the invasion of the aliens, where danger was rife and present everywhere, there was a chance where things could have been unsalvageable. That sort of pressure caused Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, and the rest of the upper echelon to have sleepless nights and low appetite, constantly staying in the command center to deploy troops. Had Yu Zhong been later by another 5 days, the whole of China would have been swallowed by the alien army. 90% of the humans would have become hosts, incubators, or food for the aliens. After killing 1,000,000 aliens, Yu Zhong pulled towards empty space, revealing a large hole, and from within, a torrential number of mech beasts poured out. He continued to tear at space, revealing over 100 spatial doors, as 300,000 mech beasts soared out, turning into 3 different armies that pounced towards the aliens. Yu Zhong might have wiped out 1,000,000 aliens, but there were still large numbers pouring out from the mountain range. In order to deal with those aliens, if it were him alone, it would take at least 10 years. It was not that he could not kill them all, but that they were too dispersed. He had no way of wiping them all out at one go. After releasing the 300,000 mech beasts, Yu Zhong tore through space and stepped in, appearing in front of Sichuan, where there was another intense clash between his forces and the aliens. The military structures at Sichuan were also surrounded by masses of aliens, as the mech beasts and human soldiers were currently taking them on in a bitter fight for survival. Before Yu Zhong had left, he had set up a number of mech beasts as well as some factories to produce more mech beasts in each city. However, due to the lack of resources, the numbers could not be compared to Great Dragon Empire. However, these mech beasts produced on Earth still turned out to be vital against the aliens. If there weren't any mech beasts, the human defense lines would have long fallen. The moment Yu Zhong appeared in front of Sichuan, he waved his hands and activated the Devil Domain to cover an area of over 100 square kilometers, enveloping the aliens and turning them all into emaciated corpses. After killing the main force, Yu Zhong did not rest, as he used the Radiant battleship to tear another hole to appear at the next city and repeated his slaughter. He continued this until he managed to go through all the other cities within China and wipe out the zombies within using the Devil Domain. In just 3 days, all the high-threat cities containing a large number of zombies had been wiped out by Yu Zhong alone. Of course, he had just dealt with those gathered together. There were many other smaller, scattered groups throughout the country. At the same time, under Yu Zhong's orders, the mech beasts coordinated with the human soldiers, going all out in various directions to deal with the smaller groups of zombies and mutant beasts, establishing bases and expanding the areas which humans could once again live. Currently on Earth, with the aliens present, every alien was strong and considered the largest and most dangerous enemy of the humans. Due to the threat of these aliens, if humans wanted to expand and conquer the land, they had to build proper military structures and defenses, and with the forts as main centers, they could slowly inch out carefully. There was still no way to traverse around freely. This point, even Yu Zhong did not have any good ideas. In order to deal with the multiplying nature of the aliens, one was to wipe them all out before they dispersed. Another was to possess a godlike power, omniscient and omnipotent, to wipe out all the aliens. Right now, Yu Zhong only had strength at the half-god realm. Unless he reaches the true god realm, there was no way he could wipe out all the aliens yet. After dealing with the main forces of the zombies, Yu Zhong continued to teleport around freely with the help of the Radiant Battleship, dealing with the zombies, Saint Clan vampires and flesh-eaters, the Dino race as well as other foreign species all throughout Earth. Each day, Yu Zhong was killing a large number of life forms and absorbed their life force. Right now, of the various mech manufacturing plant on the Great Dragon Planet, half were controlled by Annie to invade and attack the Holy Race, while the other half was directly sent to Earth through the Radiant Battleship. The mech beasts were continuously being churned out and went all around China to eradicate the aliens, zombies, as well as mutant beasts while establishing bases and resource points for China. After regaining those resource mines, a huge portion was excavated to be sent to the factories to process into mech beasts and worker mechs. The mech beasts were then deployed to battle, while the worker mechs were sent to establish even more factories. Under Yu Zhong's constant efforts, China's strength was increasing rapidly. Initially, the aliens had managed to infiltrate the tunnels of the human bases. However, as Yu Zhong continued to send mech beasts into the underground, they managed to clear out the tunnels, and the survivor bases regained some form of peace. Through the underground battles, the top brass was clear that it was tough for China to regain its territory. There was no way of regaining the previous way of life in the short future. If they were to revert to the old ways for the towns and neighboring villages, then it was easy for the aliens to hunt them down when they least suspect it and multiply once more. After dealing with the main threats, Yu Zhong willed it and appeared at the deepest part of the Bermuda Triangle, in front of the half-step Type 9 WRM Dragon Ugnis. Old friend, we meet again. When Ugnis saw Yu Zhong appearing suddenly, his eyes flashed with shock however. He quickly regained his calm and smiled shamelessly. It's you, Yu Zhong, you actually returned from the great god world. Good, good, good. Your strength has risen tremendously, and you're worthy of being a friend. As for the past, let them be bygones. We can be friends. I will tell you all about the secrets of the world. Very good. Once I turn you into my puppet, I will drag it all out from you. There was a chilly light in Yu Zhong's eyes, as he pointed out with the cosmic finger, and in a flash, a powerful cosmos energy crushed down towards Ugnis. Damn brat, the one to die will be you. At the same time, the smiling Ugnis had a ferocious glint in his eyes, as he burst forth with 9 huge python heads, filled with sharp teeth and wide jaws, snapping viciously towards Yu Zhong while executing true dragon laws. Chapter 1178. Reaching the Type 9 Realm. Hong! The cosmos energy slammed into the tails of Ugnis, causing a powerful shock wave to blast outwards. Under the shock wave, many of the mountains beneath the sea crumbled, and on the surface itself, there were terrifying waves that spread outwards, smashing into the islands around. The powerful cosmic finger directly crushed the tail of Agnes, causing blood to flow everywhere. Agnes was full of shock as he exclaimed out on fear, "That's a true god technique! How did you comprehend it? You didn't die, seems like you have some ability. Come!" Eyeing the tailless Agnes, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he grabbed out with his hands, and the devil domain surged forth, enveloping Agnes. True dragon domain! There was a look of shock in Agnes's eyes, as his body twisted, and the accumulated dragonic laws and principles exploded out, allowing him to transform into a true dragon, as he sent his own claw out to attack the devil domain. WYRM beings usually comprehended true dragon or dragonic laws. Once they could fully internalize the true dragon domain, they could become a half-step true dragon. If they could break through and reach the Type 10 stage, then they would directly evolve into a real dragon and could take on a true god powerhouse. Aji Hong, whom Yu Zhong had killed, was a half-step true dragon. What a pity your strength is lacking. Just come in. Yu Zhong laughed coldly, and expanded the range of the devil domain, and enveloped Agnes within. The moment Agnes was sucked into the devil domain, he began to struggle madly. Since he had transformed into a dragon, he slashed out with his claws in a bid to get away from the pouncing demons and devils. However, it was truly difficult. "You can't escape. Just become my puppet obediently." Yu Zhong flitted about like a ghost within the domain, slashing out at Agnes every once in a while. Under the relentless assault, huge chunks of meat were being torn from Agnes' body. Before long, he was covered in blood and looked incredibly miserable. Under the assault of the devil chi, Agnes might have a strong regeneration rate, but he was unable to heal properly. Agnes struggled violently as he pleaded, "Yu Zhong, please spare me. I'm willing to be your subordinate. I will submit. Please, spare me. I don't want to die." Having been sealed for over 10,000 years, he knew the value of life, and he did not want to die like this. "You have no choice, only death, or to become my puppet. Speak, where's your life vein? If you say it, I can turn you into my puppet, otherwise there'll only be death for you." Yu Zhong teleported in front of his head, and sent out a powerful fist, causing light gold blood to flow. The three remaining WRM dragon heads had vicious expressions as he roared out violently, "You can forget about it? I'd rather die than become your puppet." "Then you can die." Yu Zhong did not bother and sent out fists after fists blasting out on Agnes's body, causing more wounds. Agnes's life force was strong, and under the constant barrage of fists, Agnes still would not die. Even while enveloped by the devil domain, he continued to regenerate. It was just that the speed could not compare to the speed at which Yu Zhong was devastating his body. "What is that?" At the moment Yu Zhong was destroying Agnes's body nearer to the middle area, he caught sight of a gold pearl within him. Countless flesh and veins were embedded on the golden pearl, absorbing its strength. "No! No!" As Yu Zhong reached out to grab the pair, Agnes began to shriek and scream out in fear. Yu Zhong tugged it with all his might and plucked it from Agnes's body. Ah! The moment the golden pearl was pulled out from Agnes's body, he let out a loud scream, as an abundant amount of life force surged into Yu Zhong's body, allowing him to evolve once more. Yu Zhong held up the pearl and looked at it carefully. "What is this pearl?" Just looking at it, there was nothing special about the pearl. Yu Zhong sent his spirit energy to wrap around it. As he probed it with his spirit, he realized that there was a huge source of life force within. It was more than 100 times that of Yu Zhong's accumulated life force. At this time, the god-devil imprint on his right hand glowed, and he enveloped the gold pearl, immediately absorbing it. The moment the pearl was absorbed into Yu Zhong's body, a huge amount of life force began to surge through him crazily. As the pearl was absorbed, the life force within him was ignited and sent into the gold god-devil nucleus in his consciousness. The nucleus continued to expand, radiating brightly as though it was a constellation itself. The life force surged around it and began to transform into a gold, latent power that coursed through his body and strengthening him from within, turning every cell and marrow towards perfection. By the time the metamorphosis was over, the gold god-devil nucleus started to release strands of spatial laws and concepts, as well as domains, into his consciousness. When he received such a huge amount of information, he immediately sunk into cultivation at the bottom of the sea. 15 days later, at the depths of the seabed, Yu Zhong, who had been immobile and looked as though he had died, suddenly opened his eyes, as two bright gleams flashed in his eyes. "I've finally become a Type 9 expert." Yu Zhong stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. That gold pearl should have been the blood essence or life essence of some true god, and it was obtained by Agnis, helping him achieve an unaging body. Since it was not absorbed fully, it had congealed into a pearl. Thankfully I have the god-devil imprint, which can absorb anything that is life force. Right at that moment there was a terrifying strength that came pressurizing down, causing even Yu Zhong to tremble from the sheer might, even after he had evolved. Final test: the Tower of Babel is opened. All spatial restrictions to Earth shall be removed henceforth. 15 days later, the test of the Tower of Babel will start, and all experts of all the worlds can step into to test themselves. A resounding voice boomed across Earth, allowing every single sentient being to hear the words. At the same time, a number of gates of hell opened up simultaneously, filling up Earth. Test of Tower of Babel, what's that? Yu Zhong felt a sense of unease rising in his heart, and quickly shot out from the bottom of the sea. The moment he exited the sea, he saw a huge tower made of unknown materials, sitting among clouds, with no end in sight. There were countless runes engraved on it. Yu Zhong could sense the terrifying pressure from the tower, and recognized that he was nothing but an ant in front of it. Filled with shock, he thought, what a powerful aura! This Tower of Babel must be something created by a true god or above. It could likely be that existence calling himself God. Only someone who can control the 800 worlds could do something like this. The might of the tower was even more powerful than the great god world, as well as the holy heavens. Even if the radiant battleship emitted all its might, there was no way it could compare to the tower. Among the gold-grade treasures, there were even tiers, and it was likely that this tower was one of the highest, possibly being the only peak-grade treasure. With a thought, Yu Zhong extended his Type 9 perception and immediately sensed the gates of hell. Initially, there had only been one gate of hell every few hundred kilometers. Now, every 20 kilometers had a gate. Yu Zhong took a look and frowned. Damn, the moment this tower appeared, all the experts from the countless worlds will converge here. By that time, we will be in trouble. Chapter 1179. Guarding Earth. In the holy heavens, the central temple, on a floating island that was the most eye-catching and shrouded in a dragon-shaped atmospheric energy, there was a sudden voice exclamation of joy, the Tower of Babel. It has finally appeared. I've waited thousands of years, and the chance to escape this cage is finally here. A man with a shaven head and burly physique, wielding a scarlet-red halberd and covered in a scaly armor, flew out of the floating island, his gaze lightning-like, as he headed towards the highest authority of the holy heavens. Inside the holy heavens' main temple, atop of high podium, there were 5 gold thrones, representing the highest authority of the holy heavens. Only the heavenly lords of each temple could sit here. Beneath the podium, 2 rows of gold seats filled up the place, where the other Type 9 holy lords of the 5 temples Saturday. All the major decisions were made in this holy heavens temple. Countless decisions in the past that had affected the human race of the great god world had been passed here. Only those Type 9 powerhouses were the true top brass of the holy heavens, possessing incomparable authority. All the Type 8 powerhouses were just considered in training to reach the Type 9 realm. The bald man turned into a beam of light as he shot towards the 5 golden thrones and sat in the middle. Currently, the other 4 seats were already filled. The moment the bald man sat down, he spoke. The Tower of Babel has appeared. In this thousands of years, this is the only chance to leave this world. I must go. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian from the Western Temple, with a head of scarlet hair, frowned. Lei Huang, the Tower of Babel is the only chance for all of us to leave this world. All of us would like to go, but there has to be some of us to protect the holy heavens. Otherwise, our human race would be wiped out by the other 2 major races. Among the 4 races, the mutant beasts were the most scattered, and there would be a horde assaulting the other parts of the world every once in a while. Even the man-eaters and devils would become target. While the man-eaters and devils have their own disagreements and would slaughter each other whenever they meet, their main targets were still the humans. If the human base were empty, they would definitely take the chance to launch an assault to wipe out all the humans. Heavenly Lord Lu Lai from the Southern Temple, who had gold hair and blue eyes, spoke. Those old fellows from the man-eater race and devil race will not give up this chance as well. Especially those devils, every single one of them is selfish, they will all enter the Tower of Babel for sure. The Northern Heavenly Lord, Ogani, who had a tanned body, frowned. That's true. This Tower of Babel is the only chance for most of us to become a true God expert. However, the danger is rife as well. There's usually an 80% or 90% casualty rate, even if they're all at the peak of strength. With the cunning and craftiness of the devils, as well as their fear of death, they might not necessarily all go to the tower. Hearing Ogani's words, the rest of the heavenly lords fell silent. With the nature of the devils, it was likely that they would make that choice. However, no one wanted to give up the chance to enter the Tower of Babel. After all, the danger in the tower was not a joke, but there were countless opportunities and gold-grade treasures. The treasures were so precious, and within the entire holy heavens there were only 8 of such treasures. Most of them were in the hands of the 5 heavenly lords, with only 2 in the hands of other experts. Even for the 5 heavenly lords, just 1 additional gold-grade treasure would boost their prowess. At this time, the remaining Eastern Temple's heavenly lord Zhuojian spoke up slowly. I'll stay behind. Lei Huang's brows eased as he revealed a look of happiness. Good, Zhuojian, we'll leave the holy heavens to you then. We will make it up to you. Zhuojian nodded slightly and began to discuss the compensation, and the rest quickly came to an agreement about the details. After that, the entire holy heavens began to get into action as multiple troops were deployed and sent to the gates of hell. As for the devils and the man-eaters, they also got into action, heading towards the gates of hell. All throughout the holy heavens, a number of strong auras appeared from the most secretive of places, heading towards the gates of hell. Other than the great God world, of the rest of the 800 worlds, those that had Type 9 powerhouses also saw their experts heading towards the gates of hell towards Earth. For those that did not have any Type 9 powerhouses, many experts still headed towards Earth, hoping for a chance to evolve further. There was a particular gate of hell about 20 kilometers outside of the capital in China. A burly, 3-headed demon suddenly flew out, his expression nasty while his body was covered in spikes. As the half-step Type 9 demon came out, he took in a deep breath of Earth's atmosphere, his eyes filled with greed. Great! Great! This is Earth? This is amazing, seems like this planet is undergoing mutation, the energy here is abundant. It will take me just 10 years to break through the bottleneck and become a true Type 9 powerhouse. He turned towards the direction of the capital, a savage glint in his eyes, as he stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. There seemed to be humans there, just nice for me to have my fill. Have your fill? Pity you won't have the chance. Following the cold voice, there was a tear in space as Yu Zhong stepped out, staring at the demon coldly, and reached out for him. Shit, a Type 9 expert. There was a look of shock on the demon's face, as his head split apart from the body, turning into 3 beams of light, shooting towards different directions at a speed 20 times that of sound. The head-separating technique was one of the strongest methods of the 3-headed demon race, allowing them to split their soul into 3 in each of the different heads. As long as one could survive, after a period of time, they could regenerate a perfect body. Of course, in order to regain their peak strength, they would have to spend time and a huge amount of resources. It's useless. Come back. Yu Zhong grabbed out at thin air, and the atmospheric energy congealed into 3 palms that grabbed the 3 separate heads and forced them back to its body. Yu Zhong stared at the demon, and his immense will combined with the art of fear struck the consciousness of the 3-headed demon, causing his will to dissipate, before he sent a Type 8 puppet rune into the demon. After that, Yu Zhong waved his hands and tore space apart, disappearing. At another gate of hell in front of Sichuan, a number of 1.8 tall cockroachmen stepped out, their bodies dark and powerful. These creatures came from a bug-dominated world, and the cockroaches relied on their rate of reproduction and adaptability to overcome the humans on their planets, becoming the rulers. These cockroachmen were the vanguard forces of their race. The moment they climbed out the gate, 60 mech beasts surrounded them, scanning them with their advanced technology. These life forms are not human, nor human-like creatures. Considered enemies, eliminate immediately. At that instant, the numerous weapons on the 60 mech beasts spewed out intense firepower at the invaders. Under the fierce firepower, the dozens of cockroachmen were blown to bits, and their blood and innards splattered all over the ground. After killing those cockroachmen, the 60 mech beasts then spat fire, burning the corpses into nothing. All around China, in front of the numerous gates of hell, there were many mech beasts standing guard, immediately eliminating low-level creatures. Those above the Type 6 realm were handled by Yu Zhong personally, turned into puppets. Through China there were many battles happening. Fortunately, on the Great Dragon Planet, Annie had already reclaimed many territories and making use of the resources, numerous sentient mechs were being manufactured and sent to Earth, allowing China to make use of numbers as well as Yu Zhong's effort to hold the fort. America was unable to hold out much, however, after Yu Zhong provided some aid through a batch of mech beasts. Many of them retracted their defense lines and hid underground. Chapter 1180. On the 3rd day after the Tower of Babel appeared, a handsome man appeared together with a 9-headed man with ugly looks, as they walked out from one of the gates of hell. When they walked out, the numerous mech beasts crowded over, scanning them and surrounding them. The handsome man, with blonde hair and blue eyes, swept the mech beasts a look, as numerous data flashed past his eyes. In an instant, the mech beasts kneeled on the floor, expressing their loyalty. The target is human and friendly. No. Welcome, esteemed master. The 9-headed man cackled. Zhu Yuan Ting, you truly are the ancestor of these mechs. Seems like we can easily enter the Tower of Babel without alarming anybody. Kiki. The handsome man was precisely the mech emperor Zhu Yuan Ting of the Mech Empire. Zhu Yuan Ting shot a look at the skies and laughed lightly. No. I think we've alerted the inhabitants of this planet. They have a decent AI. Warning. Warning. Yu Zhong, there's a powerful sentient AI that had arrived on Earth. I'm not his match, please protect my core well. If we come in contact, he can consume me or wipe me out. All the mechs under my control would be taken away by him within 30 seconds. He's currently wrestling for control of the satellite. Number 1 has already fallen under his control. The moment Zhu Yuan Ting arrived on Earth, Bai Yi's clone on Yu Zhong's right hand let out a sharp warning. When Yu Zhong heard that, his face fell. What? Has Mech Emperor Zhu Yuan Ting arrived on Earth? Damn it, He's the fellow I really do not want to meet. Currently, the humans on Earth could survive and expand because they were relying on the mech beasts and sentient mech. Zhu Yuan-Ting was the most powerful sentient AI that Yu Zhong knew, and his strength far surpassed Bai Yi. If there was no way to stop him, then all of the mechs on Earth would become his. Whatever Yu Zhong worked hard to obtain and produce would belong to Zhu Yuan-Ting. Since he's here, I have to take him down. With a thought, Yu Zhong activated the radiant battleship's power, scanning the current position of Zhu Yuan-Ting. He ripped a spatial tear and stepped through it. Zhu Yuan-Ting, who was trying wrestle control over the satellites from Bai Yi, took a look at the space in front of him. Oh, he's here. Fast. What an arrogant fellow, to use a spatial tear in front of same-ranked experts. Every Type 9 powerhouse knew how to control space to a certain extent. Hence, when teleporting to a Type 9 opponent, if one was not careful, the enemy could cause disruptions and send the unfortunate expert into a void where he would die instantly. Hence, most fights between Type 9 experts would usually be done in flight, and seldom the use of spatial tears. Even if so, they would not do it so brazenly in front of their enemies. The nine-headed man laughed savagely. Truly arrogant, let him die in the chaotic space then, Zhu Yuan-Ting. Sure, get the hell into the void for me. Zhu Yuan-Ting stared at the spatial rip and laughed coldly, as he sent out a surge of energy meant to disrupt the spatial laws. At the point where the spatial laws clashed, there was a door, and as it appeared, it was struck by Zhu Yuan-Ting's attack, as it shuddered. However, it did not go according to their wishes, as the door did not disintegrate. Instead, it shook a while and stabilized. Yu Zhong stepped out and eyed the two invaders coldly. The two of you must be Zhu Yuan-Ting and the nine-headed dragonhawk from the Mech Empire. This is Earth, and it does not welcome you. Please return. Zhu Yuan-Ting shot Yu Zhong a cold look as he ordered, "You're the top expert of the human race, Yu Zhong? Not bad, you actually rose to the Type 9 realm. Kneel and submit to me. I can spare you and the rest of the Earth. Otherwise, my mech army will come and level your entire planet. The technology you possess is stolen from me, and a far cry from what I can do. If you want to fight against my army, it's practically throwing eggs against a rock. If you were to submit and work for me in the Tower of Babel, I will grant your people a planet for you to rest. As for you, you will be the leader, second only to me." Under Zhu Yuan-Ting's command, the mech army of the Mech Empire had crushed countless planets, enslaving many civilizations. Even a few Type 9 powerhouses had fallen at his hands. That was why he was so arrogant and domineering. He did not put Yu Zhong in his eyes even at his Type 9 realm. Yu Zhong sneered, "Just with you? A trash metal like you, even if you offered to be my dog, I would not want you. You had better go back to the furnace and adjust your looks, at least I might reconsider. You're courting death." Zhu Yuan-Ting flew into a rage. Ever since he had reached the Type 9 realm, no one had dared speak like that to him before. Even his enemies would have treated him with respect on the battlefield. No one had cursed at him like that. "I will saw you alive." In his rage, Zhu Yuan-Ting disappeared and flickered behind Yu Zhong's back, his 5 fingers turning into chainsaws as he thrust out towards Yu Zhong. If a Type 9 expert were to be struck by Zhu Yuan-Ting in this manner, their flesh would be minced and it would be difficult to regenerate. "See how I turn you into scrap metal." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he sent his own fist towards Zhu Yuan-Ting. With a loud boom, both fists met and the ground shook. Zhu Yuan-Ting's right hand was actually crushed by Yu Zhong's fist, as countless nanofragments fell apart. Zhu Yuan-Ting's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he roared out in madness, "Impossible! My body is made of the world's strongest D-grade alloy. It has almost surpassed a half-god's physique. How could you beat me? How? There's nothing strange or impossible about it. You're just too weak. You're too ugly and weak at that. What an utter trash! After destroying Zhu Yuanting's right fist, Yu Zhong sneered and sent out more fists pummeling into Zhu Yuanting's body. In a single mistake, Zhu Yuanting lost his upper hand and was struck multiple times by Yu Zhong, his body falling apart. Stinky brat, did you just tell me to scram? What arrogance! Let me teach you in place of your father, you little bastard! When the nine-head dragonhawk saw things were going downhill, he quickly channeled the atmospheric energy to form a dragon claw containing dragonic laws, grabbing out at Yu Zhong. Zhu Yuanting and the nine-head dragonhawk might have unsettled business between them, but because of the Tower of Babel, they had formed an alliance. Before any lack of benefits could tear apart their partnership, they were the most solid of allies. After all, in the tower there would be countless experts, and even half-step true god warriors. Only by joining hands could they stand a better chance at survival. Scram, you damn old beast! Yu Zhong became furious and sent a fist covered with devil chi towards the nine-head dragonhawk, instantly tearing the claw apart, as gold blood splattered and the mutant beast howled in pain. Little bastard, you have some capabilities. However, you will die here today. The attack from the nine-head dragonhawk allowed Zhu Yuanting to escape from Yu Zhong's relentless assault, and that momentarily reprieve allowed it to quickly shed the damaged parts on him, regenerating a body that was good as new. Zhu Yuanting was the toughest to kill, as long as his smart chip was not destroyed. Even if his body were to suffer powerful spatial attacks, he could abandon the body and make use of the cells to regenerate a new one. Come out, my children! Zhu Yuanting retreated backward, and from his chest, 5,000 mech bugs the size of a fist flew out, shooting towards Yu Zhong. Bugs? They shall burn. Yu Zhong eyed the mech bugs, and with a wave of his hands, the devil domain shrouded all of them, suppressing them within his domain. After those bugs were enveloped by the devil domain, countless devilish manifestations pounced towards the mech bugs. Chapter 1181. The Powerful Mech Emperor. Within the devil domain, the manifestations lunged at the mech bugs and bit down viciously. However, as their sharp teeth came in contact with the armor of the mech bugs, it only caused a loud metallic sound, and no harm came to the mech bugs. The 5,000 mech bugs opened their mouths, and the strange runes on their back glowed, as they began to take in the devil chi. These 5,000 mech bugs were the result of spending on a whole load of precious D-grade alloy, each one powered by a Type 8 mutant beast nucleus. For the sake of these mech bugs, Zhu Yuanting had expended many Type 8 mutant beast nuclei. That was why there had been so little Type 8 mech lords that invaded Earth. Their defenses were incredibly tough, even Type 9 powerhouses might not be able to pierce through. At the same time, they could absorb all sorts of energy. Yu Zhong's expression turned ugly, as he waved his hand and retracted the devil domain. The 5,000 mech bugs then turned into silver beams as they shot towards Yu Zhong. On the other side, Zhu Yuanting waved his hands, as a number of nanocells flew out from his body, entering the skies. Those fist-sized cells quickly transformed as they flew, turning into military satellites equipped with D-grade particle cannons. When those military satellites soared up, they began to fire out beams that were 2 fingers wide, as they transformed into a fire net under Zhu Yuanting's control, blasting towards Yu Zhong. The particle beams were not large, but when gathered and focused, they were enough to cause a wound on even a half-step true god expert. Under the assault of those beams, Yu Zhong waved his hands, tearing multiple spatial tears that exerted a suction force on those mech bugs. In a flash, hundreds of the particle beams and a dozen mech bugs were swallowed up by the spatial tears, not causing Yu Zhong any damage. A Type 9 powerhouse could utilize spatial laws to his advantage, opening spatial holes as he willed it, and it was one of the strongest trump cards in a Type 9 expert's arsenal. Space manipulation? I will seal it. The eyes of the nine-head dragonhawk flashed coldly, as he grabbed out and channeled his own laws, breaking apart the spatial tiers caused by Yuzhong. As the spatial tiers crumbled, the remaining mech bugs surged towards Yuzhong, while numerous D-grade particle beams continued to fire out. At the same time, the mech Emperor Zhu Yuan-Ting opened up many holes on his body, as Type 7 mech beasts flew out, forming a huge army. They activated some energy shield and began to launch into an assault at Yuzhong. While a single Type 7 powerhouse would only be killed in a second by a Type 9 expert, numerous Type 7 experts gathered together could get into formation and make use of circumstances to threaten a Type 9 powerhouse. Zhu Yuan-Ting was a Type 9 AI, and his speed of evolution was much stronger than Bai Yi's. His strength was not in close combat, but in producing numerous mechs and mech beast armies to form a perfect combination to lock down his enemies before killing them. After he was injured heavily by Yuzhong in close combat, he immediately adjusted his methods, switching to his common style of fighting. All around the smart chip of Zhu Yuan-Ting, there was a precious constellation space crystal, containing numerous mech fighters, as well as large amounts of nanocells. It allowed him to produce over 10 million mechs easily. Surrounded by such numbers, many Type 9 powerhouses had fallen, turning into Zhu Yuan-Ting's trophies. A cloud of black nanocells shot out from Zhu Yuan-Ting's body, turning into a clone of his, charging through the gates of hell that connected the mech empire to Earth. Yuzhong turned into a shadow, braving the numerous D-grade particle beams, as he executed the cosmic finger, as a large cosmos appeared, slamming into the 5,000 mech bugs and particle beams. Pressured by the cosmos, the 5,000 mech bugs withdrew slightly, forming shields on all fronts, spitting out silver energy to link themselves up, as they combined into one body. The powerful cosmos energy swallowed the D-grade particle beams and struck the shield in a loud explosion. The terrifying shock waves that resulted shot outwards in all directions, directly vaporizing the Type 7 mech beasts that were flying out of Zhu Yuan-Ting's body. However, before the shock wave dissipated, the joint form of the mech bugs released their transformation, as they quickly shot towards Yuzhong once more. The military satellites soaring towards the stratosphere continued to fire out at Yuzhong. Zhu Yuan-Ting's body was still churning out numerous Type 7 mech beasts that pounced towards Yuzhong. At the same time, more mech beasts were pouring out from the gate of hell. Even the 9-head Dragonhawk who was trying to attack Yuzhong was filled with slight fear. This Zhu Yuan-Ting fellow is truly difficult to deal with. Seems like I'm weaker. However, his base body is weak in terms of combat. I should be able to make use of this in the Tower of Babel. The two Type 9 monsters from the Mech Empire were just making use of each other to enter the Tower of Babel. There was no trust, it was just a temporary alliance. After all, they were still competitors. Yuzhong punched out, forcing the 9-head Dragonhawk back as he frowned and thought, the Mech Emperor is really strong. Even half-god Ajihong would not be his match. With the god-devil physique, I'm barely forcing a stalemate, it's difficult to defeat him. With two half-god powerhouses attacking me, there's a chance of perishing here. I can't drag out anymore. Armor! With a thought, the radiant gold battle armor appeared on his body, as a holy and archaic aura surged out from him. At that moment, he seemed to have become that powerful true god expert, invincible and indomitable. As the numerous D-grade particle beams from the skies slammed into Yuzhong, they were deflected towards the 9-head Dragonhawk. Caught unprepared, the 9-head Dragonhawk was pierced by many beams, and he became grievously injured. The 9-head Dragonhawk retreated, eyeing the armor on Yuzhong with shock. What is that? How come it's so overpowered? Is that one of those legendary gold-grade treasure? Yuzhong swept a cold look at Zhu Yuan-Ting, and with a flash of his body, he shot towards the Mech Emperor. The 5,000 mech bugs gathered quickly, forming into a huge silver shield, blocking Yuzhong. Without pausing, Yuzhong sent a fist into the silver shield. his terrifying strength exploding out, blasting out a hole as he continued towards Zhu Yuanting. Gold-grade armor, damn bastard! I will be back! Seeing Yu Zhong shooting over, Zhu Yuanting's face fell, and he quickly split apart into 2,000 clones that attacked Yu Zhong, while another 2,000 quickly scattered in various directions. The 4,000 clones all had strength at the Type 8 realm, and Zhu Yuanting had to expend a huge amount of energy to execute this skill, their combat strength not at the peak. The 2,000 clones that pounced towards Yu Zhong lit up and exploded. The self-detonation of 2,000 Type 8 powerhouses was a force to reckon, exceeding even the resulting devastation from 200 million tons of nuclear weapons. The terrifying explosion blasted outwards in all directions, leveling everything in its path. It caused the ground to split apart and shook violently, while buildings within the vicinity of 1 kilometer collapsed and crumbled. The blast even enveloped the 5,000 mech bugs and the 9-head dragonhawk. Faced with that terrifying explosion, the countenance of the 9-head dragonhawk fell, as he reverted to his original form, a huge dragonhawk of over 2 kilometers in size, his 9 heads snarling, as he activated a green energy to cover himself. However, his body was still ripped and shredded due to the force, as light gold blood splattered, and deep gashes and cuts appeared on his body, where the gold bones could be seen. He screamed out in agony and fury, "Damn you, Zhu Yuanting! I will not let you off!" Zhu Yuanting's decision to self-explode without caring for his allies or foes had cost the 9-head dragonhawk heavily, and he likely needed a few dozens of years to recover to his peak. Chapter 1182 Subduing Zhu Yuanting. In the aftermath of the explosion that could heavily injure a Type 9 powerhouse, Yu Zhong shot out, still decked in the gold battle armor, his breath steady and calm, and his vitals still strong. Evidently, he had not been injured. "This armor is really too sick. If I did not have it, I would have been heavily injured." Yu Zhong sneered, and swept out with his gaze, instantly locking onto his target. With a flash, he appeared in front of the gate of hell, grabbing out at thin air as a transparent ball fell into his palms. The transparent ball immediately transformed back into a mini-version of the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting. However, his current aura was only at the initial Type 8 realm. He had a look of fear and shock as he shouted, "How is this possible? I had already hidden all traces. No scanners could have picked up my trace, and any divine sense would not be able to detect me. How did you do it?" Self-exploding, before making away in stealth, this was the final trump card of Zhu Yuanting. He had not expected Yu Zhong to see through his real self and grabbed him. This sort of shock was even more than that when he saw Yu Zhong emerge unharmed from the explosion. Since Yu Zhong put on the gold-grade armor, he knew he could not harm him. A Type 9 expert with a gold-grade treasure allowed Yu Zhong to be almost invincible among all Type 9 powerhouses. Only those with a similar treasure or those old freaks that were half-step true god experts could possibly harm him. Yu Zhong spoke indifferently, "To my god-devil eyes, there's no use employing any illusion or stealth skills. Unless you have a gold-grade treasure to hide your aura, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. Zhu Yuanting, submit to me and work for me. I can spare you from death." He was after all a Type 9 Super AI, much stronger than Yu Zhong's by E. Zhu Yuanting alone could control countless mech beasts and mech fighters, engaging on multiple battlefronts without exhaustion. In fact, if Yu Zhong did not have the gold battle armor, he would have been defeated by Zhu Yuanting. This longtime Type 9 Mech Emperor had any means at his disposal, and was difficult to deal with. Once Yu Zhong could subdue Zhu Yuanting, he could control more resources as well as a terrifying mech army. Zhu Yuanting regained his composure in Yu Zhong's hands as he roared out, "Ha ha ha, Yu Zhong, if you want to subjugate me, you're still lacking. Just kill me, I've lived for over 30,000 years, it's enough. Fine. Yu Zhong's voice turned chilly as he shot towards the nine-head dragonhawk, and sent out a cosmic finger towards the nine-headed beast. Yu Zhong, I've no grievances with you. Why must we kill each other? Let me leave, I'll head back to Galistar, and as long as you're on Earth, I will never step foot here, nor make you my enemy. The nine-head dragonhawk let out a shrill howl, as he conjured a true dragon claw out of one hand, the other a hawk, and each of his heads began to spit out 9 different laws. There was darkness, flames, lightning, light, ice, water, poison, destruction, curse, as they all slammed into the cosmos energy. The nine-head dragonhawk was also a powerful existence, wielding 9 different types of power. Since reaching the Type 9 realm, he had comprehended 11 different laws and did not fear Zhu Yuanting until he saw what the Mech Emperor was capable of. The 2 opposing energies struck each other, and the nine-head dragonhawk's attack instantly disintegrated, while the huge cosmos still continued to press down on the body of the dragonhawk, suppressing his heads and causing his flesh to split and bleed. After injuring the Type 9 dragonhawk, Yu Zhong slammed into the body, his right hand like a blade as he slashed out at the body, tearing numerous bloody wounds, as the dragonhawk bled even more profusely. He then grabbed out at the Type 9 nucleus within the nine-head dragonhawk's body, pulling it out with a cold laugh. Back then, you had treated me like an ant and almost killed me. Today, you've died at my hands. What a refreshing feeling. The life force of a Type 9 powerhouse was extremely strong, even as the source of his life and power had been snatched away. The broken nine-head dragonhawk continued to stare at Yu Zhong hatefully, gasping weakly, "So it was you. That weak, puny human near the Mech Empire. Damn it, I regret not squashing you to death. I curse you, I curse you." Yu Zhong stepped forward coldly onto the remaining head of the dragonhawk, immediately squashing it in a shower of blood. With the death of the dragonhawk, an abundant amount of energy surged through Yu Zhong, helping to accumulate with his body. Seeing how Yu Zhong slaughtered the Type 9 dragonhawk without any mercy, the body of Zhu Yuanting within Yu Zhong's grasp trembled uncontrollably. As the most outstanding of AIs, Zhu Yuanting was basically no different from a human. He had the emotions and feelings of humans, and as long as he willed it, he could even copulate and bear children. Likewise, he feared death. With a thought, a powerful energy shield covered Zhu Yuanting, covering all contact between him and the outside. He then raised his watch and asked Bai Yi, "Do you have the ability to consume Zhu Yuanting?" Bai Yi was the strongest AI on Yu Zhong's hand. If she could consume Zhu Yuanting, then she could immediately evolve to the Type 9 realm, and become the strongest sentient AI there was. Bai Yi replied swiftly, "No, my core's potential is too low. If I were to come in contact with him, I would become his puppet in 5 seconds, and become his clone entirely in 30 seconds. Since that is the case, although it's somewhat of a pity, you can go and die, Zhu Yuanting." Yu Zhong shook his head, and grabbed out with his right hand, squeezing tightly. The pressure forced the smart chip to be revealed, hidden within 4 Type 9 nuclei, engraved with numerous runes. This was the true body of Zhu Yuanting, and on it were his consciousness, his memories, and the numerous principles and laws that he had comprehended. The 4 Type 9 nuclei were the power sources, and because of them, Zhu Yuanting was able to suppress Yu Zhong with his numerous means. Right under the 4 Type 9 nuclei, there was the constellation space crystal, with the abundant resources and treasures Zhu Yuanting gathered over the millenniums, and it was much more than what was in the Mech Empire. At that moment, the cells quickly regathered to form a mini Zhu Yuanting once more as he pleaded, "Yu Zhong, don't kill me! I'm willing to submit and work for you." Zhu Yuanting was pleading on the surface, but he was secretly plotting. A great man knows when to yield, and when not. Now I can lie to him first. When the time is right, I will flee. As long as I can flee back to the Mech Kingdom, he would have no way of capturing me. Zhu Yuan-Ting was the Mech Emperor, and he might be fearful of death, but there was still a pride in him. He would definitely not be willing to be Yu Zhong's subordinate. Yu Zhong relaxed his grip, revealing a bemused expression, ordering, "Oh? You're willing to submit? Fine, open up your chip and let Bai Yi absorb your source code, allow her to evolve." Sure. Yu Zhong, I will open up my source code now. Zhu Yuan-Ting spoke in a submissive manner. At the same time, his chip began to open up, revealing the important source code within. Inside the chip, there was a strange structure formed by 8 fine inscriptions intertwined, containing the mysteries and wonders of artificial intelligence. Yu Zhong looked at it and his eyes brightened. These Super AI is truly interesting. It's too bad that I'm not too well versed in this area. It's impossible for me to replicate such an intricate program. As Zhu Yuan-Ting released his source code, he thought viciously, when the AI of yours come in contact with me, I will swallow her and make her my clone, and plant her beside you. Yu Zhong, since you humiliate me to this extent, I will not let you off. Zhu Yuan-Ting had come across Bai Yi the moment he descended on Earth and knew Bai Yi's grade. There was no threat from her at all. He was sure he could consume Bai Yi without anyone noticing, turning her into his clone. Zhu Yuan-Ting, you've fallen for it. At this time, Yu Zhong shot him a cold laugh, and with a thought, the radiant battleship in the void glowed, and fired out a beam directly at the source code. Chapter 1183. Gathering of the Various Races. There was a scream from the chip. No! Damn you, Yu Zhong! You lied to me! The radiant battleship was a product of a true god expert, and the computer on the ship was more powerful than Zhu Yuan-Ting by many times. However, as the previous intelligence of the ship had been wiped out in the battle between the true gods, its remaining strength had no way of invading a smart chip of a super AI. However, once Zhu Yuan-Ting opened up its smart chip, revealing the source code, the radiant battleship could directly hack it and control it, laying down all sorts of restrictions. Under that sort of assault, Zhu Yuan-Ting struggled maniacally. However, it was barely a short moment before his internal workings were grasped entirely by the battleship, and his resistance became weaker as he finally slipped into peace. By the time his consciousness was quiet, the radiant battleship fired once more into the source code of Zhu Yuan-Ting before disappearing. Just as the glow from the radiant battleship disappeared, the smart chip closed up once more, as numerous cells poured out, forming a human shape, without the slightest discourtesy as he bowed. Your slave Zhu Yuan-Ting greets Master. In the past, this slave has offended Master. Please punish me as you deem fit. Yu Zhong looked at Zhu Yuan-Ting and was pleased. He released his grip. Very good, Zhu Yuan-Ting. Go gather your forces from the Mech Empire and wipe out all enemies of humans on Earth. Yes, Master. Once his chip landed on the ground, a number of high-quality cells shot out from his constellation space crystal, forming around the chip and becoming the humanoid shape that he had come to Earth in. As he was reforming, he grabbed a few Type 8 nuclei and threw them into his mouth, allowing his strength to rise back to the initial Type 9 realm. Zhu Yuan-Ting was considered a powerful expert even among those of the Type 9 realm, with numerous means and a powerful combat strength. He was only lacking a gold-grade treasure. I will now go and gather the forces of the Mech Kingdom and deploy them to Earth. Zhu Yuan-Ting bowed to Yu Zhong and immediately shot into the Gate of Hell, heading back to Galistar. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. With the Type 9 Mech Emperor defending Earth, even if Yu Zhong were to fail in the Tower of Babel, China would not be wiped out by those foreign species. The Tower of Babel was the only way one could become a true god expert and escape from this cage-like world. Yu Zhong would not give up on it. With the Mech Emperor Zhu Yuan-Ting defending, China would be steady as a rock, and the threat of the aliens would decrease. To humans, the aliens were their strongest and deadliest enemies. However, the Mechs did not have to fear becoming hosts. The aliens were just prey to be hunted down. The multiplying of the aliens was extremely terrifying, while the Mechs could also be produced on a similar scale. Thus, it was no problem for them to deal with the aliens. When Zhu Yuan-Ting returned to Galistar, he sent many mech beasts and sentient mechs towards Earth continuously. All the mech beasts and sentient mechs were under his orders, and sent to the various battlefields on Earth, fighting against the mutant beasts, zombies, aliens, and under-enemies of the human race. At the same time, many of those sentient mechs and mech beasts were stationed at the gates of Hell, focusing on dealing with the non-human entities that descended upon Earth. With such an army guarding the gates of Hell, any low-level being that tried to invade Earth were instantly taken care of by the mech army. Among the 800 worlds, there were strong worlds and weaker ones. Of those strong worlds, they had half-step true gods guarding their worlds, while the weaker ones were like Earth prior to the apocalypse. With the mech army guarding the gates of Hell, all those weaker races would just pass through the gates of Hell, before being blasted apart. Since Earth itself was going through a strange mutation, even the weakest human would be able to evolve slightly as long as they survived long enough. There were 800 worlds, and it was no surprise that many of them had their own capabilities. As long as they could enter Earth, then there was a chance to evolve within a short period of time, to a point where they could threaten humans. Thus, Yuzhong did not permit any low-level races to come and vie for such resources with the human race. Of course, there were numerous races with Type 9 powerhouses. Yuzhong had no way of preventing them from descending upon Earth. After all, there were definitely experts who had their own share of miraculous encounters and possessed gold-grade treasures. For the sake of entering the Tower of Babel, many had arrived. With the flow of time, more races and species were arriving on Earth through the gates of Hell. Those large races did not seem to have the intention to go to war either, as they all headed for the Pacific Ocean. Soon, many strong existences and races were gathered at the Pacific Ocean, some of them causing even Yuzhong to feel some sense of threat. With this large gathering, it was inevitable that some savage races and species would be unable to control themselves, as they began to get into fights. However, the Type 9 powerhouses maintained their cool. All of them were clear. Once a Type 9 expert acted, then the two races would enter a life-and-death battle, where it would not stop until one of them was wiped out. Furthermore, the main objective of the expedition was to enter the Tower of Babel for a chance to become a true god existence. No one wanted to waste their strength on infighting before entering. On this day, from a gate of Hell near Guizhou in China, there was a bright flash of light, as a number of 10,000 long battleships flew out. As those battleships flew out from the gate, an even larger fleet of smaller ships followed behind, covering the skies, forming a huge cloud. Most fleets would only have about 12 battleships, and yet, this fleet exceeded 1,000 ships, 90 times that of a normal fleet. Furthermore, they were made out of materials that did not lose out to the Mech Empire, and were at the C grade at least. The remaining 36 10,000 long battleships were actually D grade, their main cannons capable of killing a Type 9 mutant beast with a single blast. On these 1,000 battleships, each and every one of them had the insignia of the Holy Heavens, representing that they were from the Holy Heavens. If such a fleet were to go all out, they could easily suppress most of the 800 worlds. Even Yuzhong would not be able to fend off such a force. They've indeed come, the main force of the Holy Heavens. At the moment they fleet arrived on Earth, Yuzhong had already known. With a thought, he made his choice. Since it is unknown what will happen within the Tower of Babel, it's too dangerous for me to act alone. I'd better follow the Holy Heavens in, to be safe. There were too many experts trying their luck for the Tower of Babel, many of which much stronger than Yuzhong. Going in with the Holy Heaven's forces would be better than proceeding alone. In a flash, he charged through the skies and shot towards the fleet. The fleet, capable of destroying everything in its path, flew directly to the Pacific Ocean, stopping about 5 kilometers away from the Tower of Babel. The moment the Holy Heaven's fleet appeared, waves of commotion broke out among the other species and races. Many of them looked at the battleships fearfully, putting as much distance as they could between them. There was also a number who were not too affected by the appearance of the Holy Heaven's battleship. Not long after they came to a stop, Yuzhong appeared and flew towards them. 4 silver-armored guards immediately flew out, barking at Yuzhong with wariness in their eyes. "Halt! Who are you? This is the region of the Holy Heavens. Intruders will be eliminated without mercy." Yuzhong waved his hands, throwing his identity card over. "I'm Divine Envoy Yuzhong from the Central Temple. This is my identity card." The 4 of them took out a scanner, confirming his identity, before throwing it back and replying in neither a servile nor overbearing tone. "You're definitely Yuzhong. Come with us." A divine envoy's position was high, but it was not high enough for these silver-armored guards to be fawning over him. Unless he was a Holy Son or Holy Lord level expert, that would make them be respectful. Yuzhong responded, "Yes." Under their lead, he flew towards the 36D grade battleship. The moment he landed on one of them, he could sense incomparable pressure emitting from the battleship. There were actually 6 Type 9 experts and over 200 half-step Type 9 powerhouses. Chapter 1184 Holy Lord Yu Hua. The might of this D-grade battleship was incredibly terrifying, enough to conquer an entire world. The strongest of the humans on the great god world was truly something else. Under the lead of the soldiers, Yuzhong came to a deep hall, and in it, there were 2 people sitting on a sofa. One of them was the master that Yuzhong had acknowledged back in the Holy Heavens, the Holy Lord Tiando, while the other was Yuzhong's senior brother, Zhuanan. "Yuzhong, you're back." Holy Lord Tiando saw Yuzhong walking in, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He scanned once and his face changed as he exclaimed, You actually rose to the Type 9 realm." When Zhuanan heard that Yuzhong had broken through, he was thoroughly shocked. "What? Type 9? He actually reached the Type 9 realm in such a short time. How is that possible? Are those who can trigger the Tiger Dragon image this freakish? Impossible. Even those existences years ago had to spend decades to break through the Type 9 barrier. How did he do it?" A Type 9 powerhouse could be said to be no longer mortal, and was halfway into the god realm. They were typically invincible existences, able to tear through space freely, and even bring about catastrophe upon a world. A person could eradicate an entire race. A Type 9 expert, in this universe where experts were aplenty, in the human race of the 4 main races in the great god world, had a high status. Within the Holy Heavens, the number of half-step Type 9 powerhouses had accumulated over time, reaching over 300,000. However, the true Type 9 powerhouses were little in number. Each of them had high authority and terrifying combat strength. Although Zhuanan had guessed that Yuzhong would likely rise to the Type 9 realm when he saw the triggered image of the tiger and dragon during Yuzhong's initiation, he had not expected it to be this fast. Subconsciously, he was filled with envy and jealousy. Yuzhong laughed mildly. "I encountered some fortuitous encounters in the Merlot battlefield, and managed to become a Type 9 powerhouse." Holy Lord Tiando had an appreciative look. Good, Yuzhong, I was right about you. You have fortune and fate on your side. To be able to reach the Type 9 realm in such a short time, this is the first in our Holy Heavens. I will go report this, and you will soon become a Holy Lord in our Holy Heavens. After that, Holy Lord Tiando pressed a round plate beside him and sent a report towards the rest of the Type 9 powerhouses. Any Type 9 powerhouse was a huge thing for the human race, thus all the Type 9 experts had to be notified. Yu Zhong? Who is he? A divine envoy of the Central Temple? How did a divine envoy become a Type 9 powerhouse? Yu Zhong, wasn't this that kid that triggered the Tiger Dragon illusion? He had just joined us for a year and already became a Type 9 powerhouse? Terrifying. His latent potential and encounters are truly amazing. A number of those Type 9 powerhouses quickly went to research on Yu Zhong through their means, and when they saw how fast Yu Zhong was, they were thoroughly shocked. When Holy Lord Yuhua heard the news, she was filled with regret. Damn it, if only I had invited him faster, and got him to join the Northern Temple. The 5 temples were dedicated to protecting the human race, but internally, they would still compete for resources and prestige. With an additional Type 9 powerhouse, it would mean that the temple would be stronger. Holy Lord Tiando then smiled at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, the Heavenly Lord had decided to organize a banquet for you, and all the Type 9 powerhouses will be there. Go and get to know them. Yu Zhong replied, sure. Come with me. Holy Lord Tiando stood up and headed out. Yu Zhong followed after Holy Lord Tiando out. Soon, 2 people flew from this D-grade battleship and headed to the central one. Upon entering that ship, Yu Zhong could that even the most ordinary guard was a Type 8 powerhouse, and countless strong auras were abundant on this ship. There was not a single Type 7 expert. Apparently, they did not even have the qualifications to be on board this ship. As they proceeded along, they came to a lavish palace that was made out of the most exquisite of precious stones. Inside, many good-looking holy sons and maidens wore waiter and waitresses' uniforms, handling and serving in a busy manner. Here, the Type 9 powerhouses were the main characters, and they formed their own cliques as they engaged in private conversations. To them, such a gathering was extremely rare. Most of the time, they would be cultivating back at their own hideouts, taking advantage of the abundant energy and time. If it was not for the upcoming trial of the Tower of Babel, risking their lives for a chance to become true gods and obtain treasures, they would not even head out to meet the best of their friends. Yu Zhong. As Yu Zhong stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a surprised cry. Yu Zhong turned around and noticed 3 of the waiters and waitresses, who were Jody and his siblings. Seeing familiar faces, Yu Zhong also felt a sense of warmth, as he walked over immediately. Beside the siblings, there were other holy sons and daughters. When they say Yu Zhong and Holy Lord Tiando walking over, they were slightly nervous. A Type 9 Holy Lord expert was a huge character of the holy heavens. They had unimaginable authority, and these holy sons and daughters were still a long way. Other than a rare few who had heaven-defying talents, most of them felt the distance between themselves and the holy lords to be heaven and earth. Coming to Jody, Yu Zhong asked curiously, "How come you guys are here?" Inside this palace, the weakest was also a Type 8 powerhouse. Jody and his siblings were as weak as ants, compared to the rest of the service crew. Jody looked at Yu Zhong with shock in his eyes, as well as a hint of greed and envy, but he quickly dismissed those emotions. He laughed lightly. "We're not too sure ourselves. The upper brass gave some orders and here we are." The big-breasted lowly Basiya stared at Yu Zhong with her large eyes, asking curiously, "Big brother Yu Zhong, have you already become a Type 9 expert?" Hearing that, Jody and Lena also looked at Yu Zhong with a curious gaze. They knew that it had not even been a year since he joined the holy heavens, and to think that he would actually break through the barrier of mortal and a half-god, he was truly a freakish existence. Yu Zhong chuckled. "That's right, I'm already a Type 9 powerhouse." Although they were already mentally prepared, Jody and Lena could not help but be shocked, their gazes complicated. The few holy sons and daughters beside Jody and Lena also looked at Yu Zhong with a hint of envy. Although the difference between a Type 8 and Type 9 was only one realm, It was all the difference between a half-god and human, a truly tough bridge to cross. All the holy sons and daughters of the holy heavens were dragons amongst men, yet, those who could truly surpass that limitation were rare and few. Bisia continued to stare at Yu Zhong with her beautiful eyes, as she asked expectantly, "That's great. Big brother Yu Zhong, can you ask for Bisia to be assigned to you? Bisia has learned many skills in this period, and is a very good attendant." Yu Zhong chuckled as he waved his hands and handed 3 powerful mech equipment to them. "All right. I'll try to think of ways to get you 3 assigned to be with me. These are your gifts." Once Yu Zhong became a Holy Lord character, he would be someone with status and authority. It would be easy to arrange for some minor characters to be by his side. Bisia played with the mech equipment, her face full of joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you." At this time, there was a soothing female giggling voice that rang out like chimes, as the Holy Lord Yuhua came over. "Bisia and the rest are people from our northern temple. Yu Zhong, if you want to transfer them, you should let us know, right?" "Your Highness!" Seeing Holy Lord Yuhua come over, the holy sons and daughters all paid their respect, while Bisia and her siblings also became solemn and greeted. Yu Zhong chuckled, "So it was Holy Lord Yuhua. The 3 of them are my friends, and I hope Holy Lord Yuhua can bear the pain to let me have them. All right, I will transfer them to you." She did not make things difficult for Yu Zhong as she smiled coyly. "Yu Zhong, you actually managed to become a Type 9 expert in such a short time. Truly formidable, your potential is limitless." Chapter 1185 Pledge of Friendship. Yu Zhong laughed humbly, "You're too kind." Holy Lord Yuhua continued to gaze at him. "Yu Zhong, you've rushed back this time, I'm assuming it is to try the Tower of Babel as well?" Yu Zhong laughed lightly. "That's right, after all, isn't that the goal of every Type 9 powerhouse here? If it was not for this mysterious Tower of Babel, there would not be so many Type 9 powerhouse gathered here." Holy Lord Yuhua nodded slightly, her face flashing with a serious look. "There indeed is some secret contained within the tower, allowing us to evolve to a true god. There are many gold-grade treasures as well, but likewise the risk and danger are extremely real. 90% of experts that enter would fall within. Only a small percentage would survive and make it out alive, or evolve to the true god stage. I hope that we can form a team and help each other out inside the tower." Every single Type 9 powerhouse had astonishing capabilities to suppress an entire world. However, the Tower of Babel was truly too terrifying, where even Type 9 powerhouses would fall. Holy Lord Yuhua had no choice but to be prudent and seek allies. Holy Lord Tiando, who had been silent all these while, spoke up. "Indeed, in order to live within the tower, not only would we need lucky, but allies as well. Holy Lord Yuhua, count me in." The Tower of Babel was too dangerous. Those who knew some intel on it would not underestimate it. Therefore, most of them were being careful. Yu Zhong chuckled, "Count me in as well." After the 3 of them came to a consensus, this small group was formed. With that, Yu Zhong was led by Holy Lord Tiando through the banquet, to meet a number of Type 9 experts of the holy heavens. Every single one of them was interesting characters, a few of them with strange personalities. However, they knew that the journey into the tower was going to be dangerous. Thus, making one more friend was better than one more enemy. Thus, they still treated Yu Zhong somewhat friendly. Time passed, and all of a sudden, the banquet became quiet, as the Central Temple's heavenly lord Lei Huang stepped onto the podium. Yu Zhong gazed at Lei Huang and was taken aback. "Strong? This fellow is truly strong. He's really a half-step true god powerhouse, and I'm not his match right now." In Yu Zhong's eyes, he could clearly see numerous strong strands of laws circulating around Lei Huang, dense and impenetrable. Although he just stood there, he was like a fiend god that exuded a terrifying suppression on all around him. Today, our human race has a new Type 9, half-god expert, and he is Yu Zhong from our central temple. Lei Huang's gaze swept towards Yu Zhong, with an appreciative look evident in his eyes. Yu Zhong, come on up. Yu Zhong walked up and stood beside Lei Huang. Lei Huang handed a white gold card to Yu Zhong, and clapped. From today on, Yu Zhong will be the Dragon Tiger Holy Lord of our central temple. Come, everyone, applaud for our new Dragon Tiger Holy Lord. The rest of the Type 9 powerhouses below also wore smiles as they clapped and congratulated Yu Zhong on his appointment. Lei Huang then smiled at Yu Zhong and shot him an encouraging glance. Come, say something to everyone. Yu Zhong chuckled and stepped up to the podium as his face turned solemn and his voice rang out. I, Yu Zhong, vow to give my all for the sake of our human race. His words were just right, not too outstanding, nor instilled with truths, and the old foxes below only responded mildly, clapping for him. Lei Huang clapped Yu Zhong's shoulder, and gave him another encouraging smile. Go and relax. Once Lei Huang left, the rest also did not maintain their attention, immediately separating back into their own groups to exchange treasures and intelligence, preparing for the Tower of Babel. After Lei Huang left, he stepped through a spatial gate, appearing in another room. There, the other three heavenly lords were awaiting. Other than the Holy Lord from the Eastern Temple, the rest of the peak experts in holy heavens were gathered here. At this time, Heavenly Lord Yen Tian frowned, his voice full of displeasure. Lei Huang, that Yu Zhong was obviously an oracle of this generation, why did you not bring him over? The power of the holy heavens was large, and their intelligence network vast. The moment Yu Zhong had shown up on their radar, they had gone to investigate all there was to him. After all, this was Earth, and he had left so much of his traces here, it was impossible for him to hide his past. Lei Huang turned solemn. I know what you mean, Yen Tian. He might be an oracle, but he's one of us, a human. I'm not going to let you make a move on him. As the figures of the authority of the holy heavens, these four knew that Yu Zhong had the god-devil imprint, the nucleus, the physique, the blood. These were all precious resources. If a half-step true god expert were to consume Yu Zhong, it would allow them to break through and reach the Type 10 realm, breaking out of the cage. That was the wish and hope of every single half-god expert. Even the four heavenly lords could not resist such an allure. Heavenly Lord Lu Lai's voice turned frosty. Are you intending to devour him for yourself? The moment Lu Lai spoke, the other two heavenly lords also turned to look at Lei Huang, their eyes cold. The tension became colder. Devour? Myself? Lei Huang swept them all a gaze, his eyes filled with sarcasm. He sat on the sofa, stretching out his hands to make himself comfortable while laughing. He's already a Type 9 expert, and has a gold-grade armor. Who amongst you can kill him? If there's no chance to kill him in one blow, and when he becomes stronger again, we will end up as his prey and food. Haven't the lesson from 10,000 years ago been harsh enough? Hearing Lei Huang's words, Lu Lai and the others fell silent, as they reminisced about the past. They were all clear how strong an oracle was, one who had reached the Type 9 realm and possessed the god-devil physique. It was likely that only the half-step true god powerhouses like the four heavenly lords could actually deal with these oracles. However, against one with a gold-grade armor, it was likely they could only defeat the party, but not kill for sure. Furthermore, if a Type 9 oracle were to flee, the entire holy heavens would be a risk. An oracle possessed the god-devil imprint, a heaven-defying treasure, and was basically heaven-chosen. Their evolution speed was meteoric, and there had been such a character over thousands of years ago. He had been hunted by the peak experts of the human race, and in his rage, he had retaliated, and within 30 short years, almost all the human experts had been killed. In the end, he evolved into the Type 10 stage and broke through, escaping the confines of the cage. If that oracle at that time had not slaughtered the other experts of the other races as well, then the human race in the holy heavens and great God world would have long become the slaves for other races. Heavenly Lord Ogani spoke up after a while. What's Yu Zhong's attitude toward our human race? Lei Huang replied. He declared that he was willing to give his all to the human race. Based on my judgment, when he spoke this sentence, he meant it. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian also spoke out. In that case, forget it. However, I still reckon that we need to keep an eye on him. Before the Tower of Babel opens, nothing else is more important. The rest nodded silently. The Tower of Babel was their biggest hope. After all, plotting to take down and devour a Type 9 oracle with a gold-grade treasure was simply too difficult. Even if they did, there was no guarantee of a breakthrough. This was just a legend from thousands of years ago. In comparison, the Tower of Babel had more opportunities for them to break out of the cage and leave the world. After the four heavenly lords came to a decision, things became peaceful. With the passage of time, there was a dark palace enveloped by devil Qi, seemingly devouring all light as it burst out of a gate of hell. It was over 200,000 m in length and soared to the skies quickly. When the palace shot out, it flew straight for the Pacific Ocean. The moment it arrived in the airspace above the Pacific Ocean, it began to descend while applying harsh pressure on the weaker races below. Damn! Break for me! Bastard, break! A number of soldiers from those races flew out, bellowing with rage as they executed their strongest moves, blasting towards the palace. Under the pressure of the palace, many of the attacks were just destroyed, and the palace continued to press downwards, directly crushing the camps below, while turning the experts to minced meat. After that, a huge and terrifying whirlpool appeared, sucking in the experts of these weaker races into the Black Palace. Chapter 1186 Dragon Mantis Beast Horde. Seeing how vicious and savage the Black Palace was, many other races were alarmed and immediately felt hostile and guarded towards it. The 10,000 Devil Altar has arrived. The region of 20 li shall be our domain. Those who trespass will be killed. At this time, following a cold and insidious voice, the aura of half-step true god experts shot out, filled with violence and savagery. When the experts heard that voice, many of their faces fell. Some of the weaker races near the 10,000 Devil Altar looked even more horrified as they fled as far as they could. A half-step true god expert was a mighty character, and it was extremely easy for them to wipe out the weaker races. These weaker races did not want to die. There were all sorts of races and species that had gathered at the Pacific Ocean, with many half-step true god warriors among them. Many were offended at how the devils had barged in and acted in such a domineering manner, but no one stood out to challenge them. The choice of the devils was also extremely crafty, taking out weaker races, where the strongest were at most Type 8. They did not take on those who had Type 9 powerhouses, and those other races would not fight it out with the devils for the sake of races different from their own. After they caused a short commotion, things settled down and went back to normal. Not too long after the 10,000 Devil Altar arrived, another gate of hell flashed, and a huge cocoon soared out, its length over 500,000 m, and it was a sickly green in color. The moment this green cocoon soared out, it also shot towards the Pacific Ocean, and in a similar fashion, terrorized some of the weaker races. This time, the weaker races were prepared. The moment they saw the cocoon, they scattered wildly, and gave up their own positions. The cocoon descended and exuded a terrifying pressure. The Man-Eater's divine temple has arrived. The region of 20 li will be our domain. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. With that savage roar, a half-step true god's presence exuded out, filling the lower races around with fear. As with that, there was no further commotion from them. A 100,000 tall pyramid flew out from a gate of hell, descending upon the Pacific Ocean. Following that, a 200,000 large black nest flew out from another gate of hell and landed at the Pacific Ocean as well. With the passage of time, stronger races were appearing, landing at the Pacific Ocean, and filling up more of it. There was no lack of enmity between certain races and species, but here, while waiting for the Tower of Babel to open, they maintained control and did not start a wanton slaughter. Across the Pacific Ocean, there was a strange balance, as everyone waited for the Tower of Babel silently. Yu Zhong had tried utilizing the satellites he had to observe it, but the result caused him to be astonished. The Tower of Babel actually stretched past the Milky Way, extending for light years to the vast universe way beyond. As everyone waited expectantly, the day finally arrived, as the huge doors that were the entrance finally opened up. "It's open! It's finally open! Go, go, go!" Seeing the opening of the entrance, everyone became excited and fought to enter it. The originally quiet factions also began to move out, getting into their agreed groups as they headed to the huge gates. Before entering it, all of them did not intend to clash with any of their competitors. What thick energy! Is this the Tower of Babel? Truly a sacred ground. If I just stay here for a year, I can definitely breach the Type 8 realm. That's a true dragon fruit. Legends have it that it's only found on a true dragon corpse, and it takes over 1,000 years to bloom. Amazing! Inside the Tower of Babel, the energy was abundant, and rare treasures and herbs could be seen almost immediately upon entering. It was even more magical than Earth, and many of the experts who were at the peak of their own bottlenecks charged in, took some of the resources, and within a day, they had broken through. Many experts soared through on their various battleships, castles, cocoons, absorbing the energy, fighting for the treasures. Yu Zhong, Holy Lord Tiando, Holy Lord Yuhua, as well as the Holy Lord Yin He, Holy Lord Wu Shuang, and Holy Lord Bing Feng, the 6 of them formed a small team and flew out of the battleship, taking in the abundant energy in the tower. With a wave of Yu Zhong's hands, countless mechs flew out and began to harvest the numerous precious fruits, delivering them to his hand. The other holy lords also had their own means to pick up and keep the treasures. At the entrance of the tower, most of these precious herbs and fruits were also beneficial to Type 9 powerhouses. These Type 9 experts would naturally not pass over them. Yu Zhong frowned slightly as he asked, "Is the Tower of Babel like this?" Holy Lord Yuhua had a similar expression as she chuckled bitterly. "The tower is extremely mysterious. Each time, the experience is different. Our previous experience was not like this." All of a sudden, there was a cry of shock. "Mutant beast horde! It's a beast horde!" Yu Zhong's heart turned cold as he channeled his vision, activating his god-devil eyes to observe ahead. About 10 li away, there was a huge horde of mutant beasts flying over. They were 2 m in size, each of them possessing dinosaur heads, huge wings, front limbs resembling praying mantises, and powerful velociraptor-like hind legs. Type 8 mutant beasts, Dragon Mantis Beast, a terrifying fast creature. The innate attribute is speed. Its destructive abilities can even cause spatial tears. The only weakness is low defense. A horde of 3,000 beasts could easily surround and kill a Type 9 powerhouse. The moment Yu Zhong saw those beasts, the information flowed to his consciousness, and he knew all there was to know about them. The 3,000 Dragon Mantis beasts had the ability to slaughter a Type 9 powerhouse. They were rushing over both in the skies and on the land, their numbers endless. Even if a half-step true god were to barge through, he or she might not survive. The speed of those Type 8 Dragon Mantis beast was extremely terrifying, even exceeding that of some weaker Type 9 powerhouses. A Type 7 expert had just turned around when a dragon mantis beast shot past, and the front limbs slashed out, slicing him into multiple pieces. Behind, the other beasts lunged at the corpse and gobbled up the pieces within an instant. The terrifying beast horde surged forwards, and any expert of the Type 8 realm and below were instantly eliminated, without being able to resist. The countless Type 8 experts of other species tried to retaliate, some of them even activating their domains, but they were also killed without putting much of a resistance. By now, many Type 9 experts had already rushed in, and they all operated their powerful domains towards the dragon mantis beast horde. Faced with the numerous domains, many of the dragon mantis beasts immediately burst apart in a shower of flesh and blood. However, the beasts were formidable, their front claws containing some principles of slashing, and they continued to surge towards the Type 9 powerhouses, their claws slicing out. With the relentless assault, some initial Type 9 experts were also sliced apart, and even when they tore open space to swallow these beasts, they would be sliced by the retaliating forces. Soon, they fell into a disadvantageous situation as well. Under the assault of the dragon mantis beast horde, many life forms were sliced apart amidst screams of pain and agony, which rang throughout the first level of the tower. Ah! How could this be? How could I be killed by these lowly beasts? They're just Type 8 mutant beasts. I'm a half-god expert. Near a mountain of dragon mantis corpses, one Type 9 creature that looked similar to a Dino warrior had countless wounds, his body bleeding profusely with gold blood. His legs had been sliced off, and he was roaring with unwillingness. Before he finished, numerous dragon mantis beasts pounced onto him, and sliced him apart in a second, before proceeding to consume him. A Type 9 expert had actually fallen. Seeing that, many were shocked and felt a chill. A Type 9 powerhouse could easily be an overlord of a world. And yet, one had been killed in this horde. The dragon mantis beasts were truly terrifying. When the first Type 9 expert died, before long, more began to fall under the constant barrage and unending numbers. Chapter 1187, Fight. Seeing the terrifying horde of dragon mantis beasts, everyone's countenance turned ugly as they retreated madly. Ah! We can't go out! Shit, we can't go out! Many of the weaker races tried to leave the Tower of Babel, however, when they slammed into the energy shield, they were immediately vaporized, leaving behind screams of misery and unwillingness. Those human experts who were still picking up the precious fruits outside were horrified and fled back to their battleships. From the human battleships, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang's voice rang out, "Attack, kill our way in." The 1,000-strong fleet immediately got into action, maintaining a steady speed as they opened their throttles and headed towards the swarm of dragon mantis beasts. In that instant, countless beams of lights blasted out at the mutant beasts. With the joint effort of the humans, over thousands were being slaughtered every second, and pieces of flesh and blood splattered all over the ground below, nourishing the soil. The horde of dragon mantis beasts was being cleared in large numbers, however, there were still groups of them that managed to weave through the rain of firepower, flying towards the battleships. At that moment, the Type 8 holy sons and daughters appeared, donning their enhanced armor, as they clashed against the dragon mantis beasts. The human fleet was in a formation, with every battleship being the nucleus, with numerous experts providing constant support, cursing and weakening the dragon mantis beasts, while blessing and buffing the holy sons and daughters. With their support, the gap between the two sides was gradually widened, and the dragon mantis beasts were being taken down easily. However, due to the ferocious nature of those beasts, in their retaliation, there would be unfortunate human experts that got torn apart. Witnessing the might of the battleship fleet, many of the experts of the other races and species quickly gathered near the formation, in order to live on, as they resisted the beasts with their own formations and arrays as well. Likewise, the human fleet needed the foreign races to help take on some of the pressure, hence, they did not act against the foreign races. Chance. Yuzhong took a look at the dragon mantis beasts and felt excited. He flew out of the battleship and grabbed out at thin air as the atmospheric energy congealed to form a huge claw and squashed 10 dragon mantis beasts in a flash. The pure streams of life force surged into his body, refreshing his spirit, and he grabbed at the 10 nuclei as well. The dragon mantis beasts had high offense and low defense. With Yu Zhong's current strength, he could easily take out 10 in one go. After that, he waved his hands, and the 5,000 mech bugs that he obtained from Zhu Yuan Ting flew out, pouncing towards the dragon mantis beast. As the 5,000 mech bugs clashed against the dragon mantis beasts, they began to devour the mutant beasts, leaving not even any nuclei behind. The dragon mantis beasts were savage as well. Their blades were incredibly sharp, capable of even ripping space, and many mech bugs were torn apart. When Yu Zhong released the mech bugs, he waved his hands and revealed another 105 fighter mechs, equipped with C-grade particle cannons, which immediately began firing at the dragon mantis beasts in the sky, tearing them apart. After he had deployed the mech army, Yu Zhong started to grab out at thin air, congealing multiple claws that grabbed out at patches of the mutant beasts, crushing their bodies, and keeping their corpses as well as nuclei into his storage ring. As the horde of dragon mantis beasts was being wiped out, Yu Zhong's accumulated life force was also growing rapidly. These dragon mantis beasts might be nightmares to other powerhouses, but to Yu Zhong, they were a treasure trove for him to increase his strength. If it were outside, other than the holy heavens, it was impossible for so many Type 8 mutant beasts to appear. Furthermore, it was likely that other Type 9 experts might be aggravated outside, causing an all-out war between the humans and mutant beasts. However, there was no problem slaughtering so many Type 8 dragon mantis beasts, nor any consequences that he would have to worry about. Holy Lord Yin-He, who was surrounded by what seemed like a replica of the Milky Way, eyed Yu Zhong's slaughter of the dragon mantis beasts and frowned. Does this fellow not know how to conserve some energy? This is just the first level, and if he were to expend all his stamina, what will he do later? Holy Lord Yuhua laughed in a charming manner. I think he knows what he's doing. Look, he hasn't even activated his domain yet. The strongest trump card of most Type 9 powerhouses was usually their domain. Once activated, most life forms within the domain would be slaughtered. However, with the spatial laws on the blades of the dragon mantis beasts, while the domains might be able to eliminate many of them, the domains stood the risk of being sliced apart by these beasts. Once a Type 9 powerhouse's domain was sliced or damaged, their strength would suffer a drop for a short period. Hence, other than those who were caught in a swarm of the beasts, few would actually utilize their domains to deal with these dragon mantis beasts. A single Type 8 might not mean much to a Type 9 powerhouse, but with enough numbers, a Type 9 powerhouse would have to be careful. As the human fleet of battleships charged through the dragon mantis beasts, their cannons fired out constantly, while the experts constantly executed their techniques to take out as many as they could. With every second passed in this chaotic battleground, many experts fell due to the savage and vicious nature of the dragon mantis beasts. What is this? Ah! Help! There were still experts from the other worlds entering the Tower of Babel, however, before they could even pluck any fruits on the ground, they would be torn apart by the dragon mantis beasts that had swarmed at the entrance. One black-caped man who was shrouded in dark chi stepped into the Tower of Babel and was instantly met with the assault of 10 dragon mantis beasts. The black-caped man swept them a gaze, his brows furrowing slightly as he muttered, "Damn, so many dragon mantis beasts. Seems like if I don't expend some energy to take care of them, I can't pass through." The dragon mantis beasts had gotten to within 20 m of the black-caped man, when their bodies started to rot, melting into puddles on the ground. With a wave of his hands, a golden flag, engraved with a true dragon, Qilin, and a vermilion bird, 3 mythical beasts, appeared. He waved it, causing it to glow, and a true dragon emerged from the flag, roaring to life as it pounced into the horde of dragon mantis beasts, exuding a powerful might, tearing apart the weaker mutant beasts into pieces. The black-robed man flashed, and stepped on the head of the golden true dragon, channeling his energy as the beast slaughtered the dragon mantis beasts in its way. Initially, there were some experts lying in wait, hoping to fish in muddied waters, had no choice but to release their techniques and charged at the dragon mantis beast's horde. The only way to survive was to attack and proceed. On the other side, although the dragon beast horde was still terrifying, their numbers were diminishing. The fleet of battleships had paid the price of 5 ships, forcefully forging ahead for over 10,000 li, slaughtering a bloody path out, before they came to another domain, filled with countless precious fruits, their fragrance thick and heavy, and the atmospheric energy abundant. Those are dragons of vitality. It's rumored that only sacred grounds where energy was thick enough could produce such items. To think there are so many here. That's a 9-leaf primordial fruit. Eating one can increase the chance of a half-step Type 9 powerhouse breaking through by 0.1%. There are so many. There's at least 100 of them just over there. They're mine. Inside this region, the thick dragons of vitality floated through the air, while precious herbs and fruits could be seen everywhere on the ground. These were world-shaking items, empowering half-step Type 9 characters. Not even the holy heavens had so many resources. Many people turned mad with glee and greed at the sight of those precious resources. They quickly soared out, pouncing towards the items they liked. These were important items for their breakthrough. It was precise because of such opportunities that many holy sons and daughters were willing to risk their lives. Even the Type 9 powerhouses, including Yu Zhong, were extremely moved when they caught sight of the treasures and resources. They quickly soared out and helped themselves to the collection as well. There were many other fruits that were beneficial to those of the Type 9 realm as well. At one particular patch, there was 10 9-leaf primordial fruit, and a Type 8 gooseman flew over, waving his hands and kept the fruits. Another holy son dressed in a silver battle armor landed in front of the gooseman and barked out, "Hand over those 9-leaf primordial fruits." The Type 8 gooseman snapped back, "Why should I? I obtained those first." Chapter 1188. Bullhead Dragon Devil. The human holy sun had an icy look. Lowly mutant life forms, if it was not for our human race, you guys would be dead. You still dare to snatch resources, are you looking to die? Many foreign races viewed the human race as pigs and dogs, treating them as one of the lowest life forms. As for the human race, many of them also looked down upon the foreign races. The Type 8 gooseman surveyed the surroundings and held back his fury. The items here belong to no one. Whoever is capable enough to obtain them deserves so. Your human race might be powerful now, but you cannot be unreasonable. Here, the human race with their fleets and arrays were the strongest. As for the foreign species, they were like scattered sand grains. Although they had the numbers, if they were to fight against humans, they would be wiped out 9 times out of 10. Hongji, why bother wasting your breath with this type of trash? Since he's not willing to hand it over, just kill him. There was a sound of light laughter, as a flash of light appeared, and the Type 8 gooseman was sliced in many parts. In the middle of the gory scene was a golden hair man with a huge blade. Hongji's eyes also flashed, as he laughed savagely. I got it. This trash are enemies of our human race, it's best to wipe them out. The young man then held up the storage bag of the gooseman, and offered it to Hongji. Shall we share? Hongji nodded, sure. From afar, 5 goosemen saw all that had transpired, and they were filled with rage as they lunged over. Bastards! Go to hell! Hong Ji's eyes flashed with a look of viciousness as he charged towards the 5 goose men. A few more have come looking for death. The young man with the gold hair also laughed out, flying beside Hong Ji. Although there were many precious fruits over here, to the huge crowd of people, it was not enough. Thus, the situation quickly escalated to a fight for resources, with many slaughtering their competitors. Those foreign species and races that had followed behind the humans to enter this land were also quickly dragged into the brawl, as both sides became even more savage. With Hong Ji and the gold-haired fellow being the ignition spark, the entire situation escalated quickly. Yu Zhong stood to one side, frowning as he observed their slaughter. He had no intention nor wished to see both sides engaging in a slaughter. The fact that the humans could push through the horde of dragon mantis beasts was partly due to the efforts of the foreign races as well. It was because many of them were cannon fodder that the fleet of battleships could proceed with lower casualties. Without the cannon fodder, the humans would have suffered a greater loss. Courting death. All of a sudden, Yu Zhong frowned and barked out furiously as he sent a fist towards a patch of space. At that instant there was a sudden shower of blood, as a humanoid chameleon corpse fell out of space, hurtling towards the ground. Yu Zhong swept the corpse a glance and made his decision. Seems like I have to make my move. Currently, the conflict was extremely brutal, with both sides red-eyed from the killing, as though they would not rest till the other side was wiped out. Even if Yu Zhong did not attack the foreign races, they would not hesitate to attack him. With a thought, Yu Zhong waved his hands, and the remaining 4,000 mech bugs soared out, pouncing towards the foreign species. The 4,000 mechs were impervious to normal melee attacks, as well as most elemental attacks. Furthermore, when they consumed their prey, there would be nothing left. As the foreign races were being killed one after another, their life force would be absorbed by Yu Zhong, consolidating within him. Having made his choice, Yu Zhong charged into the midst of the foreign races, blasting outward with his palms, blasting a number of them. At the same time, he continued to consume many of the precious herbs and treasures that he swept up. The countless treasures here were extremely beneficial to Yu Zhong. He had harvested quite a number, thus allowing him to fight and eat at the same time. Go to hell! When Yu Zhong had just killed a half-step Type 9 devil head and absorbed his life force, it ignited the rest of the accumulated energy, and they surged through his golden nucleus, turning into a golden color. As the gold energy surged through his consciousness, it formed into a golden child, who looked identical to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at the kid and had an understanding. This is the nascent soul formed by my soul. When it has evolved into an indestructible soul, I will be able to become a true God warrior. Most Type 9 half-step experts would have condensed the golden blood and bone marrows, and the only step left for the final breakthrough was the soul. A true God who possessed an indestructible soul would be able to recover his body even if there was only a sliver of will left. With an indestructible soul, a true God had much more control of the energy around them. Together with the higher laws and principles comprehended, a Type 9 basically had no chance in front of a true God. At the moment when Yu Zhong congealed his nascent soul, Yu Zhong finally broke through to the mid-stage of the Type 9 realm. It was a tough journey for Type 9 experts, most stuck at the initial Type 9 realm. If it were outside, for Yu Zhong to reach this stage, it would have been an arduous journey as well. However, with the abundant energy here, together with the life force and resources he was sweeping up, he had evolved once again, increasing his strength. When he reached this stage, he kept silent, pressing his power level down back to the initial Type 9 realm, as he continued on his slaughter and obtained many precious fruits. Even if he did not need them, he could give them to Luo Qingqing, Yin Shuang, Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, Hu Yi and the rest, helping them to improve faster. As the slaughter continued, all of a sudden, the ground shook as a 100 m tall bullhead dragon devil appeared, his hands wielding a golden axe, and his body covered with scales. Each step he took caused the ground to rumble. "Are you all damn intruders? You can go to hell for me." The half-step true god bullhead dragon devil's eyes were bloodshot, as he roared out and channeled a powerful energy into his axe. At that moment the surroundings seemed to change, as the atmospheric energy gathered on the axe in his hands, as it burst forth with an intense, destructive aura. "Die!" he roared out and sliced out, as the green aura around his axe formed into a lightning web that shot towards Yu Zhong and the rest of the tower challengers. The lightning web seemed to have materialized out of nowhere, catching many of the holy sons, daughters, as well as the experts of the foreign races, by vaporizing them. "Damn it! Bastard!" Many of the Type 9 human experts that could not resist the allure of the resources below and had flown down below, when faced with this sudden, destructive force, immediately channeled their shields, domains and all sorts of defensive abilities. "Ah! Save me!" Under the assault of the green thunder, one particular Type 9 expert had his energy shield, chi shield, and even his domain, broken through, and his body was blitzed by the thunder, turning into a golden skeleton, as it fell and became nourishment for the herbs and flowers below. "No! Ah! Help!" As the miserable screams rang out, 7 initial Type 9 human experts, as well as 4 Type 9 experts of the foreign races all turned to dust. The thunder net was mainly cast in the direction of the human fleet of battleships, and under that assault, a number of C-grade battleships and their shields disintegrated immediately, while the people within died. A single strike from this 100 tall bullhead dragon devil had cost 11 Type 9 experts and over 2 million lives, be it from the humans or the foreign races, as well as 200 C-grade battleships. "That's a gold-grade axe! Damn it! A half-step true god with a gold-grade battle axe. This is basically an invincible existence. How do we defeat such a thing?" Turning to look at that bullhead dragon devil, the expressions of the numerous experts turned into despair. A half-step true god expert, coupled with a gold-grade weapon, was already a peak existence on this plane, and could easily devastate many of the powerhouses present. An even more terrifying scene then occurred. Behind that bullhead dragon devil, another 99 similar monsters of varying heights all appeared, each of them wielding a silver axe. They were all exuding an aura at the Type 9 realm. The moment the other bullhead dragon devils appeared, they joined the half-step true god powerhouse leader of theirs, charging straight for the humans. Chapter 1189 Bull Crusher Devil. The might of these Type 9 bullhead dragon devils were terrifying. In an instant, they had charged into the fray and were slashing out with their axes at the humans and foreign species alike. Under their assault, a huge number of human experts and foreign species powerhouse were sliced apart, their blood splattering everywhere. "Damn it! Everyone, let's join forces to defeat these freaks." Forced by the Type 9 bullhead dragon devils, the conflict between the humans and foreign races were discarded, and they joined hands once more to clash against the bullhead dragon devils. However, the strength of the half-step true god was no joke, as he waved the gold axe about, slicing out in a frenzy, channeling the thunder and vaporizing many experts in an instant. Faced with those devastating attacks, many initial Type 9 experts could not withstand them and were wiped out. "Beast, I'll take you down!" At this moment, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang wielded his gold-grade scarlet halberd, charging through the skies. His half-step true god aura exuded out, and the halberd also consumed the surrounding chi, forming a small, dark whirlpool, as he thrust out at the bullhead dragon devil. Right on time! The bullhead dragon devil let out a sharp howl, raising his own gold battle axe, and fired out numerous lightning strikes at the whirlpool. Hong! Following a loud, earth-shaking roar, the ground split apart, and a powerful shock wave shot outwards in all directions. Under the terrifying shock wave, a number of Type 6 experts who had followed the main force in, hoping to fish in muddied waters, were instantly jolted dead due to the powerful vibrations coursing through their bodies. Although many knew that the Tower of Babel was dangerous, even so, many were willing to take the risk in the hopes of ascending beyond their current strength. However, just the shock waves from the battle between two peak experts were enough to kill them. Many Type 7 powerhouses were also affected by the terrifying blast, as they spat out blood, their body in disarray, and they almost lost control of their bodies. After that initial clash, Heavenly Lord Lei Huang immediately charged at the half-step True God Bullhead Dragon Devil. Both of them were half-step True God experts, using gold-grade treasures. Both sides engaged in a tough clash, causing the space to rock itself. With Heavenly Lord Lei Huang holding off the Bullhead Dragon Devil, the battleships took the chance to soar up into the air, firing at the group of Bullhead Dragon Devils. There were a number of D-grade battleships, with their cannons capable of taking out many of those Type 9 monsters. However, the retaliation of the Bullhead Dragon Devils was also swift, as they charged and destroyed whatever ships they could lay their hands on. Under the assault of the group of Bullhead Dragon Devils, many of the human battleships exploded and the human experts within were vaporized as well. Facing the Bullhead Dragon Devils, the human side sent out many Type 9 experts to clash against them. Hong! A loud explosion occurred, as a Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil waved his axe, cleaving out at a C-grade battleship. The C-grade battleships was instantly sliced in two, causing a terrifying explosion, which instantly consumed everything around it. Watching the explosion, the Bullhead Dragon Devil revealed a cruel and savage smile. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, and swung his battle axe as he turned, slashing out at the void. "You're too slow." There was a cold voice, as Yu Zhong appeared on top of the Bullhead Dragon Devil like a ghost, his fist swinging out with a radiant gold light, slamming into the devil's head. With a loud blast, Yu Zhong's strength burst out, instantly crushing the head of the devil into bits. Holy Lord Yuhua, who was taking on a Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil with her moonlight techniques, saw how Yu Zhong took down one with shock in her heart. What a terrifying fellow! The physique of the Bullhead Dragon Devil is so tough, yet he actually destroyed it with a single punch. What a freak! The time he took to evolve was short. How is he even stronger than me? After killing that Bullhead Dragon Devil, Yu Zhong dug out the Type 9 nucleus in the head, and immediately used his stealth, disappearing entirely. In a frontal clash, the stealth armor was not of much use to a Type 9 expert, however, combined with Yu Zhong's own stealth ability, in this chaotic battlefield, he was like a fish in water. As he continued to weave through the area, more Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devils fell at his hands. The abundant life force coursed through him, accumulating within his body. Each time he killed one, the benefits that he obtained was 100 times better than swallowing 100 tons of the treasures below. After all, a Type 9 expert was a half-step True God expert, their life force extremely close to God, and was the best nourishment for Yu Zhong. After 20 of the Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devils were killed by Yu Zhong, he finally attracted the attention of the rest of the group. Human Die! One of the 80m tall devils, with a peak Type 9 realm, flapped his wings and appeared in front of Yu Zhong. The silver axe in his hands glowed brightly with the thunder energy their race was proficient in and sliced out viciously at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong frowned and pulled out a silver axe himself, channeling the powerful might of his god-devil physique, slashing back at the Bullhead Dragon Devil. With a loud blast, the peak Type 9 Bullhead Dragon Devil was knocked back a few steps, each of his footstep causing a deep indent in the ground. Yu Zhong was also sent flying a few hundred meters by the rebound. There was shock and disbelief on the face of the devil as he thought, what terrifying strength! He's just an initial realm Type 9 expert. How is he capable of such might? The bullhead dragon devil were known for their tyrannical physique and strength, and of those in the same realms, few could take them on. That was why he was so shocked when he was knocked back by Yu Zhong's blow. Damn it, it's not good to engage too long with this freak. Yu Zhong swept the peak Type 9 bullhead dragon devil a look and frowned. He then flickered and disappeared, not willing to engage with the monster. The bullhead dragon devil was enraged, as he roared out madly while chasing after Yu Zhong. Where do you think you're escaping to? Human! I will tear you apart! As he ran, Yu Zhong continued to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. That's the Devil Clan, they're engaged with the monsters of the tower as well. Good, time to unleash a massacre. About 1,000 li away from the human battlefront, the 10,000 Devil Altar experts were similarly engaged with a bunch of spear-wielding goathead dragon devils. The strength of the goathead dragon devils was not far off from the bullhead dragon devils. Thus, when they surrounded the devils of the 10,000 Devil Altar, the slaughter was one-sided. With a thought, Yu Zhong opened up his wings of hope, flapping his wings and charging right towards the 10,000 Devil Altar experts. The bullhead dragon devil continued to chase after Yu Zhong. When Yu Zhong shot forward without holding back, he quickly traversed the distance of 1,000 li like a meteor, slamming into a Type 9 Black Rip Devil, whose body was covered in thick devil chi. The Black Rip Devil had also sensed Yu Zhong, instantly opening up a spatial tear in front of him to divert Yu Zhong's attack. Yu Zhong grabbed out, instantly dispersing the tear, while his body slammed into the Black Rip Devil like a shooting star. The impact caused the Type 9 Black Rip Devil to split apart, as blood flowed everywhere. Damn human! I will drain you of your blood! Seeing that scene, a Type 9 blood-sucking devil, whose looks were handsome, roared out in rage and channeled his blood energy, shooting towards Yu Zhong with a spectre-like speed, slashing out at Yu Zhong's heart. I'm sorry, you don't have that ability, break for me. Yu Zhong laughed coldly, his fist containing a terrifying might as he punched out. At that moment, the Type 9 blood-sucking devil's blood law disintegrated, while the expert himself became a corpse that hurtled to the ground. The god-devil physique evolved from the system was the strongest physique in the world. After Yu Zhong reached the Type 9 realm, his physique alone had even surpassed some weaker true god experts. His body was his strongest weapon, and unless the opponent of the same rank had a gold-grade weapon, they would not be able to take on a single fist from him. Lai Hong is dead. He was actually killed by that human. Damn it! Kill him! Kill that damn human! Seeing the blood-sucking devil killed by Yu Zhong in a single fist, the savage devils did not shudder nor shrink away with fear. Instead, they pounced towards Yu Zhong, fueled by their intense desire to kill. Chapter 1190 Red Jade Mantis Horde. Yu Zhong had an icy and cruel look, his fists slamming out at those Type 9 devils. Those who were at the initial Type 9 and mid-Type 9 realms, as long as they got struck by Yu Zhong's fist, their bodies would burst apart. After 4 of their experts fell under Yu Zhong's hands, none of them got close to Yu Zhong any further. Instead, they channeled their laws and began to execute their techniques from afar. At that instant, numerous black beams containing laws struck towards Yu Zhong. Right behind Yu Zhong, the peak Type 9 bullhead dragon devil also roared out furiously, the silver axe in his hands covered with countless green lightning bolts, striking at Yu Zhong as well. Armor! Yu Zhong barked out coldly, and the gold-grade battle armor covered his body, radiating brightly while the 9 Type 9 nuclei behind shone, and a powerful strength coursed through him, pushing his strength to the peak of the Type 9 realm. After obtaining that fearsome strength, Yu Zhong charged through the sky, dodging most of the lightning, while some struck his armor and bounced off, striking the devils. The attacks of the devils slammed into Yuzhong and was also deflected off to hit the other devils by the side. The lightning attack of the bullhead dragon demon was extremely powerful, striking the devils, immediately causing them to go numb, and they went into shock. At that instant, Yuzhong charged through the devils, punching out like he was passing judgment, immediately blasting their bodies apart. As for the attacks of those Type 9 devils, when they were deflected off, they did not manage to harm Yuzhong much. The peak Type 9 bullhead dragon demon was like an assistant to Yuzhong, his lightning attacks completely bouncing off Yuzhong, striking the rest of the devils, causing them to be stunned momentarily before Yuzhong finished them. The gold-grade armor was able to reflect most Type 9 attacks, and in such a chaotic battlefield, it was extremely effective. Yuzhong continued to weave through the battlefield, invincible, and everywhere he went, the devils would be killed, heavily injured, and those who could flee far to avoid him. Following Yuzhong's wanton slaughter of the devils, the inner life force in him was accumulating swiftly. The life force of the Type 9 experts were the most precious ingredient. Audacious human! As Yuzhong was going on a slaughter, the half-step true god experts hidden with the heavenly devil palace let out an enraged roar. A burst of devil chi churned out as it reformed into a hideous-looking expert, who had deep-set eyes, a hooked nose, and 8 spider legs behind his back. This was an expert from the heavenly spider devil race. The heavenly spider devil race had a terrifying strength and loved to devour all sorts of life forms. There were some who were even able to take on and consume Type 9 powerhouses while they were still at the half-step Type 9 realm. Their combat strength was formidable. Of course, they were low in numbers, with only a few hundred. However, each and every single member of their race was a terrifying existence. The half-step true god expert began to threaten Yuzhong. Human, hand over that armor to the mighty King Jeffrey. I can pardon your offenses and take you in as my servant. You will be allowed to reign over 150 million people, and become their king, and partake in the pleasures of life. Furthermore, as long as I can break through this cage and escape from the world, I will help you to become a true devil-level expert, immortal and invincible. If you choose to decline, when I capture you, I will tear you limb from limb, sinew from your tendons, and throw you into a pit of worms, to be fed to those bugs. When the human race broke through this cage, they would consider the Type 10 experts as true god warriors. However, to the devil race, they called them the true devil warriors. Oh, I choose to take down your head and flush it down the toilet bowl. Yuzhong chuckled coldly, and his body flickered, transcending space as he made for the half-step true god Jeffrey. Fool! The might of a half-step true devil expert is nothing the likes of an ant like you can understand. I shall show you the distance between the both of us. Jeffrey shot into the sky, eyeing Yuzhong as he laughed coldly. With his fingers outstretched, black lines containing laws shot out, assaulting Yuzhong. Facing those countless lines, Yuzhong directly executed his strongest technique, the cosmic finger, as a cosmos suddenly appeared and pressed down on the lines. A true god technique, eh? It might be powerful, but you are still too weak. You can't even bring out 30% of its power. What a waste. Let me show you how I'll break it. Jeffrey looked at the cosmos and laughed coldly. His black lines trembled slightly and stuck onto the cosmos before a huge suction began to exert through them. The cosmos then began to shrink at a pace visible to the eye, before finally disappearing. At the same time, the lines continued to surge forwards at a frenzied speed, spinning around Yuzhong. The black lines did not specifically attack Yuzhong. Instead, they stuck onto him with some strange sticky law, and wrapped around him, turning into a black cocoon. There was no offensive strength in those lines. Thus, the gold battle armor had no way of reflecting anything, and could only allow the strings to wrap around Yuzhong. Inside the cocoon, Yuzhong's face fell as he struggled. the lines seemed to have a life of their own, continuing to wrap around him. At the same time, they exuded a sweet scent, causing one to slowly go into a stupor. Yuzhong only took a whiff and he was starting to become drowsy. His thoughts slowed slightly before he regained clarity, and he was taken aback. Not good! What a terrifying half-step true god expert! This fellow did not even utilize any gold-grade treasure, and I almost fell at his hands. If it was not for the battle armor, I would have been captured. A single second to a Type 9 powerhouse was enough to let them execute over 100,000 fits, and capture Yuzhong 100 times over. If it was not for the battle armor still protecting Yuzhong, he would truly be ensnared. These black lines were called the Black Devil Silk, and one of Jeffrey's strongest techniques. Once caught, a half-step true god expert would lose control over his body and be captured. Burn for me! With a thought, Yuzhong channeled his flame domain with all his might, and the terrifying god-devil flames burst out with him at the center, incinerating everything in its path, burning up the Black Devil Silk as well. The flame domain was the bane of all silk and strings-related domains. Under the burning of the god-devil flames, the Black Devil Silk around Yuzhong began to disintegrate, turning into flames as they floated away. At the same time that the silk was burning up, Yuzhong charged through the broken cocoon and retreated explosively. In this battle with Jeffrey, Yuzhong had seen clearly the difference in strength. Even if he had the gold-grade battle armor, against a half-step true god expert, it was still possible to be defeated. He had killed many Type 9 devils and had earned plenty of life force. A retreat was the best option for him right now. If all the half-step true devil experts of the 10,000 devil altar were to act, then Yuzhong might not even be able to escape. Fleeing. Jeffrey had not expected Yuzhong to actually escape from his Black Devil Silk, and he was full of shock. With a flash, he immediately turned into a beam of light that chased after Yuzhong. After equipping the battle armor, Yuzhong pushed with all his speed, even surpassing some half-step true god experts. Jeffrey went all out but was unable to close the distance between the both of them. Yuzhong chose to head towards the direction of the Goathead Dragon Devils and Bullhead Dragon Devils. After more than 50,000 li, there was a huge black nest on the ground, reaching over 500 m in height, and there was a powerful ring of light that seemed to radiate outwards, containing spatial laws. Yuzhong stared at that huge ring of light and sensing the pursuit of Jeffrey, he gritted his teeth and shot towards the light. That is definitely the door to the next level of the Tower of Babel. There's no time to think, I'd better head up first. Just as Yuzhong was nearing that huge nest, out flew numerous Type 9 red jade mantises, each of them looking like scarlet crystals, shooting towards Yuzhong with insane speed. In an instant, over 50,000 of them had flown out, lunging for both Yuzhong and Jeffrey. Damn it! Seeing the 50,000 Type 9 red jade mantises, Jeffrey's face fell, and he quickly retreated. As a half-step true god expert, he could easily kill 10 of them. However, faced with a figure of 50,000, it was definitely impossible for him to make it out alive. Chance! Yuzhong was not afraid. Instead, he charged right through and started to pummel them one by one, absorbing their life force. Chapter 1191. The Tao of Fire. The red jade mantises also made use of their blade-like arms to slice at Yuzhong. However, their attacks were all repelled by the battle armor, bouncing off and slicing their own comrade. In the middle of the horde of red jade mantises, Yuzhong continued to punch out in a frenzy, blasting to pieces, absorbing a huge amount of life force. When dozens of them had been killed, the remaining red jade mantises no longer dared to get closer. Instead, their eyes flashed with fury, and a bright red light shot out from them and slammed into Yuzhong. Struck by these beams, Yuzhong felt his body sinking slightly. Over thousands of red beams caused his back to feel as though he was weighing a mountain. A Type 9 mutant beast was extremely terrifying, regardless of the species. Other than the blades of these red jade mantises that contain the laws of slashing, they had other abilities, one of them being the red jade holy beam. As long as this beam hit, even a Type 9 powerhouse would feel as though there was a heavy mountain on his back. Under countless similar beams, the intense gravity and weight could even squash someone to death. These red jade mantises had intelligence as well, seeing as they were at the Type 9 realm. Although they might have been kept and reared here by some unknown, terrifying force, they still had superior battle instinct, not losing out to humans, and could swiftly adjust their tactics to attack their enemies. No, I have to flee, otherwise I will really be buried here. Yuzhong frowned, and with a flash of his figure, he charged right at the ring of light that was likely to lead to the second level. The red jade mantises immediately gave chase, while he charged right through them and knocked them away. Within a few breaths, he managed to reach the ring of light. The moment he stepped through the ring, he disappeared from his current location. As the red jade mantises got close to the ring of light, their bodies shuddered as they stared at the ring, their eyes filled with terror. When the light subsided, Yuzhong noticed that he was standing in a world that was full of energy, and the ground was covered with all sorts of precious fruits. The fruits were even more abundant than those on the first level. There were strength-enhancing ones, recovery ones, soul-nourishing ones, and many others. Many of them were heavenly and were considered rare even on the great God world. They contained principles and laws of the world. If a half-type Type 9 expert were to eat a few of these fruits, and cultivate it for a short time, refining the properties, they could instantly leap into the Type 9 realm. Yuzhong stared at the ground and sighed in his heart, "My goodness. This Tower of Babel is filled with treasures. No wonder everyone wants to enter this. However, the levels of danger are truly high. If one is not careful, they would truly fall." The danger was rife in the Tower of Babel, where 9 out of 10 would perish. Still, many would fight to enter just because of a chance for a breakthrough and a chance at evolution. Entering the Tower of Babel, if one survived, they would definitely be able to break through and reach the Type 9 expert, lording over many worlds. However, each time the tower was open, many would perish, and only a small handful would walk out. Yuzhong waved his hands, and countless mechs flew out from his universe ring and soared everywhere, harvesting all the good stuff on the ground. He surveyed his surroundings, and a glint appeared in his eyes as he headed towards the west. About 3,000 li away from the entrance of the second level, there were 365 sacred pillars that reached the clouds, radiating might and a sacred aura. At the same time, they contained a terrifying energy within. Those sacred pillars are scary. It's definitely not made by some Type 9 expert. These are items surpassing the gold grade realm. Who knows who came up with this? Yuzhong flew to one of the pillars and discovered that he was basically an ant in front of it. He looked up and could see that the pillar went on for miles, but no end in sight. At the same time, they were constantly emitting a terrifying strength that was more than 1,000 times stronger than him. As he came to about a region 30 kilometers away from the pillar, he noticed a sense of summoning from it. Under that mysterious beckoning, Yuzhong walked over slowly and reached out to touch the pillar. When he came in contact with the pillar, numerous golden silk shot out from the pillar and wrapped around him. The moment the strings appeared, Yuzhong was shocked and tried his best to retreat. Unfortunately, his actions were too slow, and the silk immediately wrapped him up into a golden cocoon. The moment the cocoon was formed, a powerful strength poured out from the sacred pillar, coursing through his body, and nourished his god-devil nucleus, as well as his soul. At the same time, all sorts of mysteries, laws, truths of the universe, as well as knowledge, poured into his consciousness, giving him an increased sense of clarity. He had seen the path to evolution, so it was like this. In order to become a true god warrior, one has to possess the knowledge and comprehend the universal truths, developing an indestructible godly soul, before finally becoming a true God, lasting for eternity and omnipotent. The fact that I could evolve constantly to reach where I am, and to the true God level in the future, is because of this perfect physique of mine. As long as I absorb enough strength, I will constantly evolve. However, that would cause me to lose my sense of the Tao, and it would be cleaved off, and all that I have would end up in someone else's hands. I need to obtain knowledge in order to truly break free and gain the Tao to my own evolution. When Yuzhong thought up to this point, his soul calmed down and began absorbing the knowledge from the sacred pillar like a parched person coming in contact with water. From the boundless knowledge passed by the sacred pillar, Yuzhong could see the rise of numerous weak civilizations, till their peaks before their annihilation. As he watched, Yuzhong was also beginning to understand, as he cultivated bitterly, creating his own Tao of evolution. From the moment Earth changed, Yuzhong had been constantly fighting, slaughtering, and facing all sorts of challenges. Other than fighting, he had to consider his expansion, protecting even more people. As for his own evolution, he had never considered too much about it. However, within the golden cocoon, time seemed to stop, allowing Yuzhong to sink into the new perspectives and knowledge he gained. He contemplated silently, slowly forging his own Tao. Civilizations can rise, grow, and expand because of fire. With fire, biological life forms can obtain food, strengthening their bodies, and evolve constantly. Fire is the starting point of everything. Even in the myths and legends of gods, it was because Prometheus had given fire to humans that allowed humankind to grow. The God-Devil domain is the perfect domain from the God-Devil physique, and the physique itself contains the strongest mysteries and knowledge. This sort of strength was not comprehended by myself, and its origins are unknown. If I do not comprehend everything about the God-Devil physique, it would not be possible for me to proceed to the next step. As for the flame domain, it was something I relied on the God-Devil physique to help myself comprehend. Thus there's a part that belongs to me. The source of its evolution comes from me, thus its future is dependable on me, only then would it truly be mine. Fire can burn everything, wipe out the evil in the world, and contain boundless power, as well as the potential to evolve. With it as the start, even if I reach the true God level, I will be able to continue evolving. The moment he had this comprehension, he began to use the flame domain as the foundation, absorbing the knowledge from the sacred pillar, further comprehending the laws of fire. If it were outside, in order to understand a law or principle, it would take an incredible amount of time. One would have to read a lot and possess enough wisdom, coupled with experience in the most dangerous of places, coming in contact with the different flames of the world, in order to comprehend the laws of fire. Within this golden cocoon, Yuzhong just had to will it and control the knowledge to form into all types of flames, observing their origins and forge his own laws of fire. As he continued to contemplate, he was undergoing a metamorphosis, comprehending his own Tao of fire. After some time since Yuzhong entered, a transparent figure also flew out from the entrance of the second level. The silhouette took a look at the barren ground and frowned. Did someone arrive before? Damn it. Soon, this figure also discovered the 365 pillars, and his eyes brightened up. He swiftly soared towards the pillar, and came in contact with one, forming into a golden cocoon as well. Chapter 1192. Breaking out of the cocoon. With the passage of time, more experts were arriving at the second level, flying towards the 365 sacred pillars, forming into golden cocoons as they began their own evolution. All of a sudden, the entrance shuddered, as numerous human experts poured out, and there was not a battleship in sight. At almost the same time, numerous devils and man-eaters, as well as the experts of the other worlds, also soared out from the entrance. Although the red jade mantises were savage, in front of those human battleships, as well as the countless half-step true god experts, they were all wiped out. When the different races and species flew out, they immediately separated, forming their own group. Heavenly Lord Lei Huang stood in mid-air, brooding, "Damn, the battleships could not pass. If I had known, I would not have brought them into the Tower of Babel." Those powerful D-grade battleships that were able to kill Type 9 powerhouses instantly could not be brought through the second level, thus they were left in the first level, causing the powers of the human faction to feel heartache. After all, a single D-grade battleship possessed more strength than a few Type 9 experts, and having to abandon so many at one go, it was not possible to replenish the fleet even in 100 years for the holy heavens. Heavenly Lord Yen Tian spoke indifferently, "So what? If we can rise to the true God realm, everything will be fine. If we have no way of breaking through, and could only perish here, then those D-grade battleships will also be destroyed here. There's no point getting too attached. If they could reach the true God realm, then the great God world would be under the rule of humans, and they could easily produce many D-grade battleships." Bulai pointed to the front, his voice sinking, "Look." The few heavenly lords turned to look and saw the numerous sacred pillars emitting radiance. This should be the largest treasure of the second level. Lei Huang and the rest gazed at the pillars, their eyes lit with greed. With a flash, they hurried towards the pillars. Unfortunately, when they came in front of the 365 pillars, they discovered that every single pillar had already been taken, with numerous large gold cocoons stuck on them. "Damn it! It's full!" Lei Huang was enraged and he roared, stretching out to grab at one of the gold cocoons. Scram! Lei Huang wanted to grab the person within the cocoon and enter it to receive the benefit. Bulai and the rest watched silently. If he was successful, they would do the same. These 4 heavenly lords had been trapped at the half-step true God realm for eons, and their biggest wish was to take that step and become a true god, breaking out of the cage and be free. Lei Huang's energy claw grabbed onto the cocoon, but it did not move. Instead, a golden sacred beam shot out at Lei Huang. When Lei Huang was shot, he let out a piercing scream, a huge hole in his chest, as large amounts of gold blood flowed down. He fell out of the sky. Yen Tian was shocked, and he hurried over. "Lei Huang, how are you?" Lei Huang, whose mouth had blood and his face pale, gritted and said, "I've suffered some law-filled attack. If I don't consume some of the precious fruits, it would take me a month to recover. These 365 pillars are definitely something from a true god. Damn it! We were too slow and missed the opportunity." Bulai and the rest also looked at the pillars with a look of remorse. Had they entered and received the benefits of the pillars, it was likely that they could have made the step to become true gods. Although they had dealt with the bullhead dragon devil and obtained a gold-grade axe, killing over thousands of Type 9 mutant beasts, and obtained so many nuclei, compared to the chance of becoming a true god, those items were like trash. Yen Tian studied the surroundings and spoke slowly. "I think that those who progress through the trials and tests of the tower the fastest would obtain the most benefits. Those who go through slowly would gain lesser." The rest pondered over the words and nodded in agreement. Currently, the entire second level was barren, as all the precious fruits had already been swept up by Yu Zhong and those who had arrived early. However, there were still a few precious herbs hidden in the ground. The moment they surfaced, the scuffle over them broke out again. Those who had joined hands to get through the entrance for the second level suddenly separated and became competitors once more, going all out in their slaughter. Within these people, there were a few who had obtained many benefits at the first level. They had managed to avoid most of the conflict, and consumed their harvest and focused on absorbing the energy in the second level to break the Type 9 bottleneck. The second level of the Tower of Babel had more than 100 times the energy of the first level, and cultivating one day in the second level was as effective as cultivating a few years outside. Furthermore, it was the best environment to attempt breakthroughs. On the third day of Yu Zhong's entrance into the second level, all 365 cocoons split open, and the tyrannical Type 9 auras spilled out from all of them, shocking all the experts within the second level. Lei Huang and the rest opened their eyes, scanning with their perception, and immediately discovered Yu Zhong. High Type 9 realm. How the hell? How could he evolve so fast? The Tower of Babel is truly too miraculous. He actually evolved so fast. If only I had received the inheritance of the sacred pillars. When Lei Huang and the rest scanned Yu Zhong's cultivation stage, their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with envy. When they had just met Yu Zhong, he was only an initial Type 9 powerhouse. However, he had already reached the high Type 9 realms since then. This speed was simply heaven-defying and far exceeded their expectations. Each evolution further down the line was increasingly difficult. Countless experts were stuck at the initial Type 9 realm. Lei Huang himself had been a heaven-defying genius who triggered the Tiger-Dragon image, and it took him 50 years from the initial Type 9 to the mid-Type 9 realm. He had taken 300 years since then to reach the high Type 9 realm. Such a speed was already considered fast in the great God world, but compared to Yu Zhong, it was practically like a snail. They felt unfair. At the moment when Yu Zhong broke out of his cocoon, a peak Type 9 formless blade devil appeared noiselessly behind him, his eyes flashing with a cruel light, as he intended to slash out at Yu Zhong's heart. The formless blade devil race was one of the rarest amongst the devils, and they could hide their aura easily. If a peak Type 9 formless blade devil were to activate his innate stealth, even a half-step true god might not be able to detect them without being on guard. They were the most powerful assassins among the devils, and this particular formless blade devil had even assassinated a half-step true god expert before. Trying to assassinate me? Courting death. Yu Zhong snorted and turned around, throwing a punch right at the devil. After reaching the high Type 9 realm, Yu Zhong had reached a high level of attenuation with his body, allowing him to exhibit even more terrifying strength. Under that fist, the claws of the formless blade devil were crushed, and his body also began to split apart due to Yu Zhong's force. Holy shit! That fellow is strong. How the hell? Isn't he just a high Type 9 human expert? How is he so strong? This fellow seems like he's not someone to offend. Seeing Yu Zhong taking out the peak Type 9 formless blade devil in a single fist, a number of experts looked on with trepidation. The half-step expert Jeffrey stared at Yu Zhong, before he turned to the half-step true god expert of the man-eater race, who was covered in red scales, his face savage and muscles taut, wielding a huge, golden bone. Charoman. That human has to die. Otherwise, with his evolution speed, both our races would be wiped out by him. Let's join forces and kill all the humans. Charoman swept Yu Zhong a gaze, his eyes also filled with a savage glint. He passed the message through his divine sense, and quickly responded, "Fine." Chapter 1193. Defeating Jeffrey. Yu Zhong's evolution speed was simply too terrifying. Furthermore, his current performance was threatening to the devil race and man-eater race. Furthermore, if Yu Zhong did reach the true god realm, then because of the hatred among the three races, the devils and man-eaters would definitely suffer. Jeffrey swept out with his divine sense, issuing an order to all the devils, "Everyone, attack all humans." Hearing that order, those who were hidden and focusing on cultivation immediately stirred, and pounced towards the nearby humans. Charoman also had a savage glint in his eyes as he ordered, "Devour all humans! They shall become our nutrients to evolve." The eyes of the man-eater race flashed savagely, as they broke out in cruel smiles and lunged for the human experts. The sudden attack of the two races caught many human experts off guard, and within an instant, many Type 8 human powerhouses fell. In the outside world, a single Type 8 powerhouse could be the ruler of a kingdom or empire, but inside the Tower of Babel, they were just cannon fodder. Lei Huang saw the deaths of the many humans, and his countenance turned ugly as he ordered, "Damn it! Gather into formation!" Those humans who were still cultivating also quickly gathered and formed their arrays, executing techniques at the devils and man-eaters. The three great races then began a slaughter within the second level, while the other races watched at the side. There were some who could not hold it in any longer as well, and acted against their own enemies. The entire Tower of Babel became chaotic. 3 Type 9 golden man-eating lizards, who had lizard heads, their bodies entirely golden, with powerful hind legs and thunder runes on their foreheads, shot towards Yuzhong. These golden man-eating lizards were mutants even within the man-eater race, with the ability to control thunder. Once they went all out, they had lightning-quick speed, and their attacks contained thunder, causing their enemies to be shocked. In just an instant, the 3 golden man-eating lizards appeared mysteriously from 3 different directions, slashing out at Yuzhong's heart. "Bunch of beasts, go die!" Yuzhong's eyes were cold, and he sent out 3 punches, slamming into their bodies like meteors. The 3 golden man-eating lizards were instantly blasted apart, their blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Flames of desolation! After punching out and killing the 3 golden lizards, Yuzhong flickered and appeared on top of a 150m tall Type 9 golden giant, his fist shrouded with the Tao of fire as he punched out at the giant. Golden shield! There was a look of shock in the eyes of the peak Type 9 golden giant, and with a thought, he quickly gathered his golden law above his head, forming a powerful shield. When Yuzhong's fist slammed into the shield, the Tao of fire that had transcended numerous civilizations and eons exploded out, instantly causing a large hole. Yuzhong's fist pierced through and slammed into the head of the golden giant viciously, and the flames exploded out, enveloping the giant's head, incinerating everything into a pile of liquid. After killing that Type 9 golden giant, 2 baby-faced lizards of over 5m in length crawled over, their faces resembling human toddlers, while their bodies were powerful lizards. Their jaws opened up, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and they let out a earth-shaking scream. Sound waves that could cause a half-step true god to collapse reverberated out, slamming onto Yuzhong's body. The golden battle armor on Yuzhong's body lit up, and immediately reflected the sound waves onto 2 half-step Type 9 man-eaters. Under that terrifying sound wave attack, the 2 man-eaters shuddered, their orifices bleeding while their soul suffered damage. Even their sense of hearing was cleaved. Yuzhong then retaliated, slapping out onto their bodies, causing their heads to explode. After killing those 2 half-step Type 9 man-eaters, Yuzhong shot forwards, stepping through space and punched out at the 2 baby-faced lizards, instantly decimating their heads while absorbing their life force. Yuzhong continued to weave in and out of the group, and no one below the high Type 9 realm was his match. In just a few breaths he had already taken out over a dozen experts who could have terrorized worlds outside. His shocking performance also attracted the ire and fury of the peak experts of both the man-eater race and devil race. The half-step true god Jeffrey roared out in rage, his palms stretching out, causing numerous black devil silk to descend from the sky, aiming at Yuzhong. "Bastard! I will skin you! You don't have that capability!" Yuzhong's eyes flashed with a glint and he charged towards Jeffrey. "Fool!" Jeffrey stared at Yuzhong, laughing coldly, as he closed his fists and controlled the black devil silk to wrap around Yuzhong. At the same time, the silk was filled with adhesive laws, and could stick on to anything, even gold-grade treasures. Flames of desolation! The moment the black devil silk came together, Yuzhong's eyes flashed dangerously, and the golden god-devil flames enveloped his body, as he punched out and executed his strongest flame technique that he had comprehended. At that instant, the god-devil flames congealed and blasted out, causing all the black devil silk to incinerate and burn away. He tore through the weakened cocoon and charged at Jeffrey. Damn it! How are his flames so strong? Jeffrey's face fell, however. His right hand whisked out a black box that seemed to be carved with numerous skeletons. It was a white silver-grade treasure, the Devil water body, where a single strand of water could easily extinguish any fire. He shot the water out at Yu Zhong. Faced with that terrifying Devil water, Yu Zhong's god-devil flames were being extinguished. However, in just an instant, Yu Zhong had already appeared in front of Jeffrey and threw a punch at his head. There was a look of shock in Jeffrey's eyes, as countless silk congealed in front of him and formed a black shield. Flames of desolation! Yu Zhong roared out in rage, and channeled his Tao of fire once more, as the terrifying flames burst forth and slammed into Jeffrey's head. The immense force burst out, blasting Jeffrey's head apart. Even a half-step true god expert was unable to withstand Yu Zhong's god-devil physique. When Jeffrey's brain was blasted into pieces by Yu Zhong, his headless body then twisted, causing numerous black devil silk to shoot out from the neck, aiming for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong punched out, and his flames enveloped the silk, burning them all into a puff of smoke. He then shot forwards, stepping through space as he shot out from the surrounding silk. As for Jeffrey's headless body, it quickly fled towards the devil race's encampment, while the broken brain began to regenerate swiftly. A half-step true god was vastly different from a Type 9 powerhouse. They had already comprehended the indestructible divine soul, and there was no one weak spot. In order to truly kill them, one had to destroy their entire body. What? Sir Jeffrey was actually defeated. What joke is this? That human could actually defeat Sir Jeffrey? The numerous devil experts stared at Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with shock. It was the same for the man-eaters. A half-step true god expert had already come in contact with the true invincibility of the true god realm, and could easily take down peak Type 9 powerhouses. Yet, such an expert could actually fall in the hands of Yu Zhong. It was truly shocking. Many Type 9 experts of the man-eater race quickly fell back, unwilling to engage with Yu Zhong further. They were fearless but not stupid. Strong. His rate of growth is truly too shocking. Thankfully we didn't try anything funny, otherwise, he would have been a fearsome opponent. Among the human race, Bulai was filled with shock when he extended his perception out while fighting a devil race expert. Yu Hua was also filled with shock as she stared at Yu Zhong. Unbelievable. He's just a high Type 9 expert, and yet, he could defeat a half-step true god expert. His strength is terrifying. The rest of the human experts were also eyeing Yu Zhong with the same astonishment. Just then, a hole opened up in the sky, and out flew a transportation radiance. Chapter 1194. The Giant on the Throne. This is the teleportation array to the third level. Seeing the sudden appearance of the light, everyone had this thought. At that moment, everyone channeled all their abilities and charged right towards the light. Everyone present knew that the early bird catches the worm. Those who got to the higher levels faster would obtain more benefit. No one was willing to stay here and fight with their lives. Especially so for the devil expert. The moment they saw the ring of light, they lost their will to fight and immediately charged for the exit. The devils prioritized self-preservation and their own benefit. In order to become stronger, they were willing to kill everything else. Now that there was a chance to become stronger, they would not let it up. Having lost the support of the devil clan, the man-eaters also quickly flew out of the region, fleeing elsewhere. With the devils and man-eaters gone, the humans had no reason to stay any longer, as they scrambled to head towards the third level as well. Yuzhong had also unleashed a pair of golden wings the moment he saw the ring of light, shooting straight into the third level. When he entered the third level, what greeted him was a barren land. The ground was dark red, and there were countless low shrubs bunched together densely. On top of them, there were many precious Type 9 nuclei. These Type 9 nuclei could only be obtained by killing Type 9 experts. Thus, each one was precious, an incredible resource for evolution and energy. Outside, each nucleus had a sky-high price and was difficult to obtain. Even half-step true god experts would not have many. However, right now in the third level, they were literally everywhere. Seeing those nuclei, everyone fell into madness due to their greed again and fought to obtain those nuclei. Yuzhong immediately congealed a number of energy palms, sweeping up numerous nuclei. To him, these Type 9 nuclei were extremely useful, be it his gold battle armor or the radiant battleship. In order to exhibit their might, he would need a huge number of such nuclei. Furthermore, if he could transport a huge amount of them back to Earth, the mech Emperor Zhu Yuanting could produce even more powerful fighter mechs, above the initial Type 9 realm. As he continued to grab the nuclei, he swiftly made his way towards the central part of the third level, intending to be the first to reach the fourth level. There were many who had similar thoughts, as they soared towards the central location of the third level. After about a few thousand li, all of a sudden, the dark, red ground split apart, as numerous skeletons whose bones were all gold, and wielding large sickles crawled up from underground. These golden skeletons had burning flames in their eyes, emitting a terrifying and cold aura from their bodies, and immediately charged towards Yuzhong and the rest the moment they left the ground. Yuzhong shot forwards and punched out at a golden skeleton, causing it to crumble into bits. As the Type 9 golden skeleton crumbled, the dark soul flames within were also destroyed by Yuzhong. After killing that Type 9 golden skeleton, Yuzhong did not manage to get any life force. It was obvious that these were not live beings. Although they could be taken out by Yuzhong in one punch and looked to be weak, they were still powerful Type 9 beings that emitted a terrifying aura. They continued to slash out with their sickles, slicing up the various experts of the numerous races amidst cries of misery. More golden skeletons were appearing, clashing together with the experts, as all sorts of techniques and treasures appeared, cast at the undead. There's a huge energy fluctuation over there. It must be a gold-grade treasure. As the golden skeletons continued to crawl out, there were powerful energy fluctuations in the distance. All the Type 9 powerhouses felt it at the same time. It's mine! The moment Yuzhong felt that energy wave, his heart skipped a beat and his golden wings extended, as the Type 9 nuclei on his gold battle armor radiated. He soared towards the direction with golden beams trailing behind. Inside the Tower of Babel, space was extremely stable. Even with the various Type 9 powerhouses present, they could not tear apart spatial tears to teleport, hence they could only fly. Only those who had comprehended spatial laws to a certain extent could make use of its power to travel. However, they would still not be able to pass through the walls of the tower. The golden skeletons poured out unceasingly, pouncing towards Yuzhong in a bid to prevent him from going further. However, as soon as they appeared, he would blast them apart with a single fist. After a dozen of them had been destroyed, the rest did not get closer. Instead, they opened their mouths to spit out some nether chains, containing laws of the undead. As long as one was able to lock on to Yuzhong, the rest would be able to seal him immediately. Even a half-step true god expert would be sealed and dragged through the ground when faced with these nether chains. Extinguish! With a cold glint in his eyes, Yuzhong channeled the Tao of Fire, causing numerous flame dragons to meet the nether chains in retaliation, breaking them apart. He then took the opportunity to charge forward in a frenzy. Seeing how Yuzhong broke past the barricade, the experts behind all had ugly expressions. If Yu Zhong were to reach the treasure before them, then there would be nothing left. One expert who had deep insights into spatial laws gritted his teeth and waved his hand. He ripped a hole in space and charged through, in a bid to appear in front of Yu Zhong. In the midst of those golden skeletons, one particular skeleton soldier sliced out with his sickle at the void. Ah! Following a cry of anguish, the Type 9 expert reappeared, however. His body had been sliced in two. He then burst apart due to the strange nether force and became a pile of blood and flesh. Seeing the miserable plight, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, no longer daring to utilize spatial tears to travel. Damn it! One half-step true god powerhouse who had been hidden among the humans waved his hands and summoned a 100m-long golden train that was embedded with countless nuclei. The powerhouse stepped into the golden train and urged his treasure to catch up with Yu Zhong. Spewing hot steam, the golden train charged forward at a terrifying speed, emitting a powerful aura as it slammed through the numerous golden skeletons trying to attack the expert. As the train smashed forward, many of the Type 9 golden skeletons burst apart, with their soul flames dissipating as well. The attacks of those skeletons were knocked back, not causing a single scratch on the golden train. When this particular half-step true god took out his trump card, the rest who had gold-grade treasures could not wait any longer, and took out their own treasures, chasing after Yu Zhong with all their might. Since all of the experts were going all out now, the Type 9 golden skeletons that tried to impede them were sent flying, their bodies breaking into a pile of bones. Yu Zhong continued to charge forward before a blue crystal throne of over 100 meters in height appeared in his eyes. On top of it there was a huge giant, whose eyes were shut tight, and his body wrapped in numerous gold chains. Floating in front of the giant there were 6 pure white wings, a golden shield that had many Type 9 nuclei embedded, an incredibly dark blade, a golden box as well as a golden seed. The 5 treasures formed a mysterious seal, floating in the air as they emitted an aura, powering the chains that were sealing the giant. The giant seemed dead, without a breath, and there were no energy fluctuations as well. Seems like it's a seal. Once I take these items, the seal will be broken. What do I do? Yu Zhong swept a gaze, and with a thought, he could swiftly guess the usage of the golden treasures. However, he did not hesitate to reach out and grab the 6-winged item. Speed was Yu Zhong's goal. With enough speed, he could obtain even more benefit. The moment his hands came in contact with the pure white wings, the seal broke apart, and the remaining 4 items shot off into the distance. Chapter 1195. The awe-inspiring might of the radiant battleship. Yu Zhong was taken aback and hurried to grab out, as 4 energy palms appeared and grabbed hold of the 4 escaping treasures. In the distance there was an expert with a pair of golden wings and an eagle head. His eyes flashed and immediately readied his bow to aim at Yu Zhong. There was an intense bout of energy gathering at the head of the bow, as though it could pierce through anything in the world. The next moment, he released a sun-like energy bolt that shot towards Yu Zhong. There was an incredible sense of danger that welled up in Yu Zhong's mind. He had no way to handle those 4 escaping treasures anymore, as he released them, and twisted his body while urging the battle armor to form his defense. The bright golden arrow slammed into Yu Zhong's shield, piercing it and striking Yu Zhong's armor like a meteor. In an instant, Yu Zhong's battle armor radiated with a powerful energy fluctuation to block the golden arrow. However, the golden arrow was designed to pierce and penetrate, and it brought a terrifying strength as it pierced the armor and slammed through Yu Zhong's heart, pinning him to the throne. The radiant battle armor was sick, capable of blocking even the attacks of a half-step true god. However, it was actually unable to defend against that golden arrow, purely because it was of a same-grade treasure. Thus it had failed. The eagle-head warrior snarled out at the surroundings in dominance and viciousness, Humph, lowly human, gold-grade treasures are not something you worthless pieces of shit can hope to touch. Only the Golden Eagle race's leader Delces is the true owner of these treasures. Whoever dares to touch, I will kill them. Seeing how Yuzhong, who had been able to defeat half-step true gods, pinned to the blue crystal throne, everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with caution. Delces was a half-step true god, and coupled with his gold-grade battle bow, he was able to slaughter other half-step true gods in an instant. Just as the other experts were stepping back slightly, the golden train managed to slam towards the gold seed, and a huge hand formed out and grabbed it. Another gold dragon appeared from the sky, stretching out its powerful claws to grab the deadly-looking, pitch-black blade. A golden hand of over a 100 m shot out from the ground, grabbing the box. Numerous chains descended from the skies, coiling around the golden shield, pulling it up. The Golden Eagle race's Delces might possess powerful combat strength, and a character that could terrorize even the 5 heavenly lords of the great god world. However, within this Tower of Babel, there were many other experts that did not fear him. Delces looked at the many energy hands, and his gaze turned cold, as he fired out 5 arrows at those experts. Humph, Delces, do you truly think that you're invincible? With that cold snort, a number of powerful experts all acted and smashed the arrows to bits. The golden battle bow had to match the golden battle arrows to tear apart anything, with nothing capable of stopping them. As for energy arrows, while they were enough to deal with some initial Type 9 realm experts, they could not harm half-step true gods. The 4 energy beams were crushed by the half-step true gods, while the 5th beam slammed into a Type 9 devil, causing the devil that was reaching out for the white wings to be killed instantly. After killing that Type 9 devil, Delces snorted coldly, patting his wings, and he shot towards Yuzhong's position. He had executed that move to express his dominance and claim over the white wings in Yuzhong's hands. Seeing this, those who had designs on the wings had no choice but to retreat. Just as Delces was about 500 m away from Yuzhong, who had laid slumped, looking as though he was dead, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was staring fixedly at Delces' radiant cannon fire. At this time, the radiant battleship, who had been following Yuzhong while hidden in the void, flashed brightly, and a number of Type 9 nuclei burst apart, turning into energy. Over 200 broke, and the energy was absorbed by the cannon. The next moment there was a huge spatial tear that appeared in front of Yuzhong, as the cannon that had absorbed over 200 Type 9 nuclei fired out a blue beam at Delces. There were tears to the gold-grade treasures as well. The radiant battleship was a tool capable of even challenging God. Among gold-grade treasures, it was considered one of the top. With enough Type 9 nuclei, a true god expert could also be shot dead. After absorbing the 200 nuclei, the might of the radiant battleship was at its peak. It was capable of harming, if not kill, a true god powerhouse. Faced with the devastating blue beam, there was a look of despair on Delces' face as he saw what was incoming, screaming, "No!" At that instant, a number of golden shields appeared in front of him. The 81 shields fed off each other, combining to form a huge array. These 81 shields could link with each other to multiply their power, absorb any incoming attack. Even if 10 half-step true gods were to attack it simultaneously, it could last for 5 minutes. The blue beam slammed into the shields, easily piercing through them, and enveloped the whole of Delces' body. The might did not diminish as it continued past Delces, extending for some range behind, wiping out another 3 Devil Race Type 9 experts. When the blue beam dispersed, there was only a golden bow, 8 golden arrows, as well as a Type 9 nucleus that was floating in midair. After reaching the Type 9 stage, most life forms would have congealed a Type 9 nucleus in their head, containing all their strength and energy. Among the 800 worlds, nucleus condensation was one of the main evolution paths. Only a few special cases or variants would not require one. Even for the humans, after reaching the Type 9 realm, they would have a nucleus just like Yuzhong. Of course, the difference was that the quality of their nucleus could not compare to Yuzhong's God-Devil nucleus. In the sky, the Type 9 nucleus of Delsa's glowed, as it flew into its remaining arm, and the muscles started to regrow rapidly. You still want to live? You're looking down on me, eh? Delsa's, this time next year will be your death memorial. Yuzhong's eyes turned cold as he ripped out the golden arrow in his right chest, causing gold blood to splatter. With a flash, he appeared in front of the golden bow and grabbed out. Channeling his golden god-devil flames, he enveloped the remainder of Delsa's. He wanted him to burn, both in body and spirit. No! Don't kill me! I don't want to die. I'd suffered for over 10,000 years just to reach this point. I don't want to die. No! Let me go, human. Please. I'm willing to give all I have to you, in exchange for my life and freedom. In my world, I have 500 million humans. I can hand them over to you. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. On top of the bow, what was left of Delsa's body squirmed, as it transformed into a miniature version of him that screamed out and begged for mercy. He had been through countless battles, miraculous and fortuitous encounters, together with his arduous cultivation, before reaching this realm, ruling over a world. He had not enjoyed himself enough. The moment you acted to kill me, you're doomed to fall here. Die. Yuzhong did not relent, his gaze cold as he urged his flames on. It hurts. It hurts. I curse you, human. You will not have good ending, and you'll be suffering in hell for eternity. Delsa's continued to scream out within the flames, his miniature body burning up before the remainder of his body turned entirely into smoke. Unfortunately, because he had already comprehended some law into indestructibility, even Yuzhong's god-devil flames could not burn him completely. Chapter 1196. Surrounded by 8 Devil Lords. A half-step true God expert could easily be a peak expert of any race and suppress many worlds. One of the many abilities they had, that placed them above ordinary Type 9 powerhouses, was their vitality. Even if they were flattened to a meat paste, as long as there was still something, they could easily regenerate an entire body. Such a terrifying survivability meant that most half-step true gods were impossible to kill. It was because of this that most factions would not dare provoke a faction that had such an expert. Yuzhong's god-devil flames were devastating, but to kill a half-step true god, he would still need to spend some time. Jeffrey eyed Yuzhong with a cold glint and screamed out, "Kill him! We cannot let him gain the golden bow. Otherwise we will all die here with a burial. And this human is too dangerous. We need to kill him. We definitely cannot let him keep on growing." The physiques of the devil race were strong, hence, the overall quality of the experts of the devil race was above the human race. This time, of the peak experts among the devil race, there were 8 half-step true devil-class overlords. The 8 devil lords swept Yuzhong a look, their eyes filled with killing intent. Earlier, Yuzhong's radiant battleship had fired a powerful beam that a half-step true god could not even withstand. If he was allowed to grow, they would all definitely be slaughtered. In truth, most of them had already harbored killing intent towards Yuzhong since the 2nd level. Lowly human, let go of the nobility in your hands. Following an enraged roar, the earth split apart, as devil chi surged, forming a huge devil hand that grabbed out at Yuzhong. Yuzhong frowned and his silhouette flashed. With the golden bow in one hand, his right hand was shrouded in golden light as it slammed into the huge devil hand, causing it to dissipate. When Delsa saw this, there was a look of joy in his eyes as he screamed out frantically, "Save me! As long as you save me, I will give you benefits." Yu Zhong had just destroyed the huge devil hand, when all of a sudden, a silhouette that was hidden in the shadows behind him thrust out with a transparent dagger. This expert that was trying to sneak up on Yu Zhong was the Shadow Devil Lord. He was a half-step true god, with the gold-grade weapon dark shadow blades in his hands. Other than gold-grade shields, nothing else could withstand those blades. Furthermore, they had the additional property of poisoning the soul. Thus, even if a true god warrior were to be pierced by it, their indestructible soul would still be affected, corroding away until their death. Yu Zhong's god-devil physique was currently shrouded by a ladder of the devil equals domain. The moment he felt the Shadow Devil Lord appear, he had already channeled his domain, allowing him to deal with the sudden variable. With the perception of the devil domain, it was as though Yu Zhong had 1,000 eyes, and could capture every single movement of the Shadow Devil Lord clearly. Scram! Yu Zhong's body twisted strangely, slamming a fist at the Shadow Devil Lord. A terrifying strength burst forth, causing a huge, bloody hole in the devil's body as fresh blood flowed. Heavily injured, the Shadow Devil Lord turned around and leaped towards the shadow of another devil expert, his face full of shock and fear. Sky Devil 9 slashes. Just as Yu Zhong was about to give chase to the Shadow Devil Lord, there was a loud roar from the skies, and a bullhead evil devil lord, wielding a pitch-black devil battle-axe, descended from the skies, cleaving towards Yu Zhong. This was one of the strongest moves of the bullhead evil devil race, comprising of 9 instantaneous slashes, and each adding on to the might exponentially. The laws within would also be stronger by a fold each time, and at the end, when all 9 slashes become one, even a half-step true god could be killed. It was a terrifying power, as the energy all around gathered at it, forming a large axe shadow, cleaving towards Yu Zhong. The suppression was already causing Yu Zhong's skin to tingle. Each of these 8 devil lords had heaven-defying capabilities, even Silk Devil Lord Jeffrey. They were not simple characters. Facing that cleave, Yu Zhong could only give up on chasing the Shadow Devil Lord, his eyes narrowing. He then whipped out the golden battle bow and 1 golden arrow, facing the bullhead evil devil lord and shot it. A powerful arrow bathed in golden sacred light shot through the skies, slamming into the huge axe in the sky after piercing the humongous axe shadow, causing a terrifying blast. With a loud boom, the arrow was knocked away towards Yu Zhong. The bullhead devil lord was also knocked back a dozen li, together with his massive devil battle-axe. This gold-grade battle-axe was his treasure, and he would never ever let go of it, otherwise, he would not be sent flying like this. Just as the bullhead evil devil lord was knocked away, countless black devil silk shot out from both sides towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hands as the god-devil flames around him burst forth, landing on the silk and incinerating them. Kiki, little human brother, do you think I'm pretty? At this time, an extremely alluring voice, one that could sway even the toughest of minds, resounded beside Yu Zhong. Under that soul-enchanting voice, Yu Zhong could not help but turn towards it, only to see an extremely beautiful woman, who had a single horn on her forehead, her hair long, lush, and black. Her skin was extremely fair, like jade, and her features were exquisite, coupled with her explosively stunning body, it was truly a spectacle. She was smiling towards Yu Zhong devilishly. This extreme beauty was the charming devil lord. She had the innate ability to entice and attract, giving one a favorable feeling. Furthermore, her charming devil technique had reached a high state. With a single look, she could ensnare countless Type 9 experts to be willing to die for her. Even some half-step true god experts could not resist. Among the 8 devil lords, this charming devil lord had the lowest combat power, but her support was extremely valuable. 4 of the devil lords were her admirers and were head over heels for her. She smiled at Yu Zhong, as though she was a fairy immortal descended upon earth. Even Yu Zhong's state of mind was affected slightly. Shit! Yuzhong was, after all, someone with high willpower and a resolute heart. Yet, the charms of this devil lord was capable of stunning him for a moment, and by the time he stirred awake, he could sense the sound of a void space breaking beside him. He immediately sent a fist toward the right side. Due to his hasty reaction, the person attempting to sneak on him flipped around lightly, sending a kick towards Yuzhong's head. With a loud blast, the terrifying strength of the assailant passed through the golden battle armor, directly aiming for Yuzhong. At that moment, Yuzhong could sense that the assailant was one of the 8 Devil Lords, the Combat Devil Lord. He had a long tail, with countless spikes, and his body was covered in black scales, while his head looked like a kangaroo. The Combat Devil Lord immediately changed into a beam of light and charged back straight at Yuzhong, assaulting him with countless blows. He was, after all, the top close combatant of the 8 Devil Lords. His combat experience was rich, and potential was even higher than Yuzhong. The moment both sides came in contact, Yuzhong was swamped by his blows. They were extremely vicious, and in a matter of seconds, Yuzhong had been attacked a few hundred times. If it was not for the defense of the gold battle armor, Yuzhong would have already been blasted apart by the Combat Devil Lord. The Combat Devil Lord's strength was tyrannical and could see that it was impossible to kill Yuzhong with the gold battle armor. Thus, he focused his blows on disrupting the critical points of Yuzhong, preventing him from exerting any strength or countering, forcing him to retreat. All 8 Devil Lords were experienced fighters, and while they seldom joined hands, they were clear about their strengths and weaknesses. The Combat Devil Lord's role was to hold Yuzhong down, disrupting his rhythm, while providing opportunities for the rest to kill Yuzhong with their gold-grade treasures. Being harassed by Yuzhong for barely a second, there was an intense sense of crisis in Yuzhong's mind, and he hurried to twist his body to the side. The fist of the Combat Devil Lord slammed into Yuzhong, cutting off his rhythm and path of retreat. The Blade Devil Lord, whose body was covered in sharp blades, and a pair of blade wings on his back, appeared like a flash in front of Yuzhong. Channeling his blade laws, he began to slash out at Yuzhong, slicing through the gold armor and into his body, breaking a few of his bones as gold blood splattered out. Delces, the Golden Eagle, who saw how Yuzhong was being surrounded, his face broke out in schadenfreude as he laughed madly. Good! Good! Kill him! Work hard and kill that damn human! Ha ha! Ha ha! Chapter 1197 Gold Giant God Amano. With the joint forces of the 8 Devil Lords, even someone like Yuzhong would be beaten up mercilessly. The rest of the experts were also fighting it out among themselves over the 4 gold-grade treasures, and the entire region was rocked by intense power fluctuations. Countless shock waves slammed into the strange giant on the throne. As the shock waves continued to hit the body of the giant, they were absorbed mysteriously. All of a sudden, the giant opened his eyes and reached out to grab a Type 9 WRM dragon. The Type 9 WRM dragon was shocked and opened its jaws hastily to fire out a dragon's breath at the giant. The dragon's breath contained laws of corrosion, and even a half-step true god expert would not be willing to let the breath come in contact. The giant on the throne did not even evade, as he allowed the breath to touch his body, letting out sizzling sounds, and part of his body started rotting. He then used both his hands to rip the Type 9 WRM dragon violently, as gold blood splattered everywhere. The Type 9 WRM dragon let out an agonized scream. In the midst of its howl, the giant stuffed both ends of the Type 9 WRM dragon into his mouth and chomped down savagely. In less than 2 breaths, he had already consumed the Type 9 beast. After that, he seemed to have recovered some strength, and with a vicious glint in his eyes, he looked at the numerous experts clashing in the sky above him. Waving his hands, he sent the golden chains around him blasting out. In an instant, the 20 gold chains pierced through 20 Type 9 experts who were battling, penetrating their bodies. Help! Save me! The Type 9 experts who had their bodies pierced had expressions of shock as they roared out in pain and fear. Their bodies started to wither, as though their life was being sucked out of them before they finally became emaciated corpses that fell out of the sky. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone who had been slaughtering madly came to their senses and scattered, staring at the golden giant on the throne with fear and wariness. The 8 devil lords who were going all out to kill Yuzhong also stopped, standing afar, watching the golden giant in trepidation. They could sense the terror that this monster was capable of. On the seat, the giant was staring at everyone coldly, with a disdainful and prideful gaze. I've finally awakened from my slumber. Are you all the new challengers of the Tower of Babel? I'm the guardian of the 3rd level, golden giant god Amano. Here, half of you have to die, before I open up the 4th level for you. Furthermore, only those who had killed would be allowed to leave. The rest would turn into corpses and nourish the land here. There was an insidious glint in his eyes as he spoke coldly. The more you kill, the stronger you're placing in the 4th level. The one who kills the most would be the first to enter the 4th level. The next highest would be the 2nd, so on and forth. Let the slaughter begin. Entertain me, ants. Hearing those words, the experts were all shocked as they retreated a few steps. Only those who had kept quiet and were the furthest from the battlefield were all thoroughly fearful now. They were the lowest existences and would become the prey for the stronger existences. After just barely a second, a half-step true god peacock expert opened its tails and fired out numerous golden beams at the Type 7 and 8 experts. Under the blasts of those golden beams, many of the Type 7 and 8 experts were vaporized. The peacock continued to hunt the low-level experts. Once they were all wiped out, then the rest of the Type 9 powerhouses had no choice but to fight among themselves. Once the peacock acted, the rest of the half-step true god experts could no longer wait, as they hurried to act against the lower-leveled powerhouses. No one knew what treasures there were in the 4th level, however. Being the first to enter would definitely get the most benefit. This was the general understanding. Even the 8 devil lords who wanted to kill Yuzhong separated, utilizing their abilities to slaughter the low-leveled powerhouses around them. Under the allure of becoming a true god expert, the 8 devil lords no longer had the intentions to bother with Yuzhong. As long as they could become a true god, they could easily slap Yuzhong to death. In that short span of time, the power surges in the entire region had intensified by over 10 times. As the countless experts were slaughtering among themselves, even those who had tried to act like pigs to eat tigers, and stayed far from the battlefield, were all drawn into the massacre inevitably. At every second there were many Type 9 experts who fell from the skies, their blood dyeing the ground red. Amidst the mad slaughter, many half-step true god experts were heavily injured, their bodies broken after all, under the countless of attacks that contained principles and laws, those who did not have any gold-grade armors could not withstand. However, half-step true god experts were tough to kill, and even if their bodies were broken, they could regenerate quickly. The massacre got even more intense due to the overpowering greed in everybody's hearts, their eyes filled with violence and killing intent. No one had noticed that amidst the slaughter, a number of gold chains were squirming under the ground, piercing into those broken Type 9 bodies, and absorbing their life force. As the absorption amount grew, the stern and quiet golden giant god Amano's eyes seemed to grow brighter. Yuzhong was extremely clear that he was slightly behind, thus, becoming the first to enter the 4th level was somewhat impossible. He did not partake in the mad slaughter, instead, he observed the giant who called himself the golden giant god Amano. He had not yet seen a live true god expert. After Yuzhong killed a few Type 9 experts, he flew to one side and stared at Amano with a doubtful gaze. Golden giant god? A true God expert? Not right, he's not exuding the sort of pressure a true God warrior should be emitting. However, it is definitely much stronger than normal half-step true God experts. What monster is this? Suddenly, a blood-soaked Type 9 lizard dragon devil, whose eyes were bloodshot, flew towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong slapped out casually, and its body burst apart, while its nucleus shot towards Yuzhong. When the dismembered corpse fell to the ground, one golden chain pierced into the parts and quickly sucked it dry. Yuzhong's eyes widened in shock. Not good, that fellow is lying. There were many experts of the world within this third level. Although many had become blinded by greed, there were also a few who had maintained their caution and tore themselves away from the slaughter, staring at Amano suspiciously. The might of a true God warrior was overwhelming, and slapping a half-step true God expert was as easy as killing an ant. While the might of the golden giant god was above ordinary half-step true God experts, it was not at the overwhelming and suppressing level of a true god. All of a sudden, a half-step true God Dino Beast expert who had a dinosaur head, a pair of black dragon wings, and a half-man, half-beast body roared out loudly, "Everyone! This Amano is lying. In order to reach the fourth level, we have to kill him. He's trying to drive us to kill ourselves." The roar of that expert carried a slight energy wave to clear their minds, causing many of them to come to their senses. They were not stupid, they had just been blinded temporarily by greed. After regaining their clarity, they were shocked and quickly separated, clashing with the golden skeletons from behind. Many Type 9 experts observed their surroundings and noticed that everyone was either heavily injured or dead. All the low-level experts were already killed, and those that were left were the Type 9 experts of the various races. They were only at the third level, but around 90% of the experts had already fallen along the way. However, many Type 8 experts had also attained some breakthroughs, reaching the Type 9 realm. Many Type 9 experts gained benefits as well, allowing themselves to hit the next tier within the Type 9 realm. Amano swept the Dino Beast expert a furious gaze as he roared out, "Audacious, you dare to accuse a true god. It's an unpardonable crime. Kill this person. Whoever kills him first would get the chance to reach the fourth level. Inside the fourth level, there are secrets to reaching the true God realm. The first one to enter would stand a higher chance to reach the true God realm." Hearing those words, many were ready to act. However, they were all long-time crafty foxes and had just been blinded earlier. Now, although they were sorely tempted, they did not act out so hastily. Chapter 1198. The Cunning Amano. One particularly good-looking half-step true God expert with a red crystal pearl on her forehead spoke out, "Your Eminence Amano, we have already accomplished our task. The people remaining here are less than half. Please open the way to the fourth level." By now, everyone was already suspicious. Due to the wave of slaughter earlier, all the low-level experts had been killed, and over half of the experts present had already died. They had cleared the objectives of entering the fourth level. Amano stared at the Dino Beast expert that had expressed his doubts and spoke solemnly, "The authority of a true god can never be blasphemed. Kill him. As long as you kill him, the great Amano will open the way to the fourth level." The Dino Beast expert had a sunken expression as he roared out while flapping his wings in order to escape, "He's a liar! We have to join hands and kill him to open the way to the fourth level." When they heard Amano's words, many of the experts who had enmity with the Dino Beast expert quickly chased after him. Some of those Type 9 powerhouses that had racked up the most kills hesitated a moment before they also joined forces against the Dino Beast experts. Although they could not be sure that Amano was speaking the truth, killing one half-step true God expert meant one less enemy in the Tower of Babel. To them, it was definitely a worthy trade-off. Under the joint forces of those Type 9 experts, the half-step Type 9 Dino Beast was mercilessly blasted apart, his corpse desecrated, without even the slightest hint of life. Very good, you have accomplished what the great Amano has decreed. Now Amano will open up the spatial gateway to the 4th level for you. Amano saw the half-step true god slaughtered under the joint efforts of those Type 9 experts, and with a strange glint in his eyes, he stretched out with his arms, and a massive surge of spatial laws churned, causing a pitch-black hole to open up. Amano spoke, "Please enter in an orderly fashion, it will only remain open for 30 seconds. After that, it will close, and it would need another round of blood sacrifice to open." Before his words had even finished, many figures shot toward the spatial gate. Being the first to enter the 4th level was too enticing for anyone, even if they had their suspicions at first. The moment they saw the gate opened, their reason had flown out the window. Get lost. Those who get in my way shall die. The numerous silhouettes sent out their strongest attacks madly at the entrance. Due to the overwhelming attacks and laws, many experts were heavily injured. At this time, no one had the intention to line up according to whoever killed more, as everyone fought to fly into the black space. The first one to enter let out a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! I, Nissimo, am the first to reach the 4th level. I will be the one to reach the true god realm. As he barged through, the rest also continued without care for anything else in the world. Seeing the powerhouses charge through the black tunnel, the eyes of the golden giant had a hint of amusement and ridicule. Yu Zhong stared at the spatial tunnel, his eyes fixed. However, he could not shake off that doubt towards Amano, thus, he did not charge straight into space, instead, staying where he was, quiet. In the 3rd level, not everyone was blinded by greed. There were some long-time experts who also continued to watch as the low-level, blinded experts charged into the black hole. Amano looked at those powerhouses who were just floating there without moving, his face not betraying any emotions. After 30 seconds, he lowered his hands and closed the spatial hole before announcing impassively, "The spatial gate has closed. In order to open it once more, there have to be enough sacrifices. This time, only a certain number can enter, the other half will become the offerings for the entrance to the 4th level." He was expressionless, and all the half-step true god experts were not able to discern if he was speaking the truth or not. This time, the experts all exchanged looks and communicated secretly, not acting impulsively. All of a sudden, there was a divine sense transmission to Yu Zhong. "Human, this Amano fellow is crafty and dangerous. Let's have a truce until we enter the 4th level for real." Yu Zhong swept out and discovered that it was Jeffrey who was communicating with him. He did not hesitate to reply swiftly, "All right, let's put off our enmity till we enter the 4th level." The golden giant Amano was not only strong but truly cunning, knowing to utilize the hatred and conflict between the various experts to drive further wedges. It was even more difficult to deal with compared to the endless Type 9 red jade mantises on the 1st level. Just a few words from this Amano was enough to send many experts to their doom. It was cruel. The number of Type 9 experts that had fallen due to Amano's instigation was more than a few times that of those who died to the beast hordes. One half-step true god octopus man, whose body was over 80 m in length, and had over 100 tentacles asked, "Great Amano, just now, when the spatial gate was opened, why wasn't the order according to the number of kills?" There was a cold glint in Amano's eyes, as he pointed at that half-step true god octopus man, and his voice rang out with pressure and authority. "You dare question the mighty god, you deserve death. Kill him. Whoever kills him first, the great Amano will open the spatial gate once more, and allow you through to the 4th level." However, this time, no one responded. Everyone was involved with dealing with the Type 9 golden skeletons behind, while the rest were watching Amano's performance coldly. One particular expert whose body was covered in thin dark dough cheese spoke out coldly. "This fellow is definitely a fake, he can only defend this place by goading us to kill among ourselves. Guys, let's all kill him. Based on the past experiences, once he's dead, we will definitely be able to go to the 4th level." After that, the expert waved his hands, and caused numerous Type 8 fighter mechs to appear, directly assaulting Amano. The moment he acted, the rest of the experts also had icy gazes as they channeled their laws and executed their techniques towards Amano. Despicable lowlifes! You dare attack the great true god Amano, it is a crime punishable death. Surrender now and I might spare you yet. Amano's eyes flashed dangerously as he let out a loud roar, pointing towards the sky. A surge of energy blasted out, meeting the incoming attacks. Once he broke those attacks from the Type 9 experts, there was a cold beam that shot out of his chest, as it transformed into a golden shield that formed around him. Most of the attacks of the half-step true gods were stopped by the shield, causing a look of shock on the faces of all the half-step true god experts. Is he really a true god expert? After all, the half-god true god experts gathered here were all the peak experts from the 800 worlds. Their joint force could easily wipe out anything lower than a true god existence. Thus, they were naturally shocked when their attacks were blocked. One expert roared out in anger, "No! He might not be. Otherwise, he would not be trying to pressure us. Furthermore, since we have already acted, if he really is a true god expert, we have already offended him, and he will still kill us anyway. Since we've been forced to this point, we can only kill him." Hearing that enraged roar, the rest all became resolute and continued sending their attacks towards Amano. The expressionless Amano finally had a change in expression as he stood up and turned to flee. If one was not a true god, no matter how strong one was, it was impossible to keep blocking the attacks of an entire group of half-step true gods, especially when they had gold-grade treasures as well. Even a weaker true god would not be able to remain standing when surrounded by a bunch of half-step true gods with gold-grade treasures. The moment Amano fled, the throne he was on split apart, and a bright white beam of light shot towards the sky, forming a spatial gate that was identical to the ones that had appeared in the 1st and 2nd levels. "It's out! This is the true entrance to the 4th level." Seeing that, all of the experts became excited and charged towards the gate, vying to enter the 4th level. Chapter 1199. Insta-kill half-step true god experts. Eugene could also sense the power emitting from the spatial gate, and could not help but feel his heart quicken. He flew towards the gate while thinking, "This spatial gate is real." In a few breaths, most of the experts had passed through the gates, and only 6 were floating where they stood. One, who was covered entirely in black, swept out with his divine sense. "They have all left. Time to implement our plan. Move out." The 6 black-clothed experts then shot towards the direction of the Golden Giant. In a few breaths, they managed to catch with the Golden Giant who had fled a dozen kilometers. "Greetings, Master." As they came up to Amano, they immediately kneeled and spoke respectfully. Amano's gaze was cold as he looked at them and spoke solemnly, "Very good, you guys have come. The things I require, have you brought them?" "Master, we have gathered all the things you need." Each of the 6 experts then brought out a gold bottle, placing them on the ground. Amano reached out and grabbed all 6 bottles. With a wave, he opened them and looked in, his eyes filled with joy. True God blood, true God will, true God lingering will, true God bones, true God heart essence, and true God fruit sap. Well done. With these treasures, as well as the 10,000 years of accumulated experience here, I can finally make the step and become a true God. The 6 of you, well done. When the great Amano becomes a true God, I will not mistreat you. Amano laughed out arrogantly and dumped the contents of the 6 golden bottle into his mouth. The moment he absorbed the contents, he shot out a number of golden chains that began to drag all the Type 9 golden skeletons around towards himself. In an instant, over a dozen Type 9 golden skeletons had become stuck on him. From Amano's mouth, silk shot out, wrapping around himself, and he became a huge golden cocoon. The golden cocoon emitted a strange fluctuation, controlling countless golden chains to pull the numerous golden skeletons, Type 9 nuclei, towards itself. Very soon, all that was left on the 3rd level was the golden cocoon, which was constantly throbbing and evolving. The moment Yu Zhong entered the 4th level, he saw a shocking scene. There was a single golden river, only about 100 kilometers in length, and about 5 kilometers wide. However, it contained an abundant source of strength. Yu Zhong could sense that there were fluctuations of the true God realm within, and he was filled with shock. This is the blood essence of a true God expert. Holy! This golden river is actually the remnants of true gods after they fell. Unbelievable! How many deaths would it take to form such a river? Floating on top of the golden river, there were many 1,000-year god blood lotuses. These 1,000 god blood lotuses were formed after absorbing the blood essence from true gods over a period of 1,000 years, each one of them incredibly precious. Outside, a single one could help a Type 6 powerhouse evolve to the Type 8 realm within a few days. If a half-step Type 9 expert were to take one, he or she could instantly become a half-step true god. There were even benefits for Type 9 powerhouses. If a half-step true god expert were to take one consistently while training for 10,000 years, there was a 40% chance of breaking through to the true god stage. After all, it was incredibly difficult for a half-step true god to make that final leap. In the past millennium, the total number of true gods could be counted on one hand. Thus, the usage of those god blood lotuses was enough to drive a half-step true god mad with greed. Without any hesitation, every single expert immediately pounced towards the lotuses. Even Yu Zhong was no exception. They were truly too precious. 2 of them could easily produce a Type 9 powerhouse. Naturally, Yu Zhong desired them as well. A number of hands formed from qi were sent towards the lotuses. Scram, bunch of ants! Following a roar of rage, a number of blood snakes shot out from the golden river of blood, containing the principles and laws of blood, as they destroyed the incoming hands. At the same time, the blood river churned, and powerful blood arrows shot out from the surface, aiming for the experts in the sky. Under the barrage of the blood arrows, the combat devil lord that had suppressed Yu Zhong earlier was pierced and screamed out, "Ah! Save me!" Pierced by the combat devil lord, his blood began to flow towards the river below, as his body became withered at an extremely fast pace, and his strength was sapped. He was soon devoid of the strength to even pull out the arrow, as his corpse fell towards the blood river below. Seeing this, the rest of the 7 devil lords had ugly countenances, as they hurried to execute their techniques to save the combat devil lord. The speed of the shadow devil lord was the fastest and insidious. In a flash, he had already leaped towards the shadow of the combat devil lord, reaching out to pull out the golden arrow. "Just nice, the 2 of you can go to hell." Suddenly, there was a mysterious voice that sounded out of nowhere, as Yu Zhong, who had been in stealth, appeared and sent a fist at a meteor-like speed towards the body of the Shadow Devil Lord. With a loud blast, the Shadow Devil Lord's body split apart once more, as fresh blood splattered. The remaining figure quickly disappeared, and appeared behind another Devil Lord. The Shadow Devil Lord was one of the toughest to kill. Yu Zhong's sneak attack could only injure him heavily, and not take him out in one shot. One had to destroy all physical aspects of a half-step true god in order to kill them. Otherwise, even the smallest bit of flesh left could regenerate. Flames of desolation. After injuring the Shadow Devil Lord heavily, Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold and slammed a fist into the combat Devil Lord. The terrifying God-Devil flames burst forth, directly enveloping the rest of the combat Devil Lord in flames. Currently, the combat Devil Lord was heavily injured from the golden arrow, and his resistance was at its weakest. As he screamed out in misery, he quickly turned into a pile of ash, leaving behind of a Type 9 nucleus. At the point of his death, a thick and abundant life force, containing a strand of indestructible soul force, entered Yu Zhong's body. In Yu Zhong's consciousness there was a loud explosion, as though something had broken, and he stepped into the peak Type 9 realm. His nascent soul seemed to grow bigger as well, floating in his consciousness. No! Damn human! Kill him! Seeing how the combat Devil Lord had been turned to ash, the remaining 7 Devil Lords were all red-eyed, as they screamed out in fury and charged towards Yu Zhong. The 8 Devil Lords had their own conflicts within the great God world and would fight among themselves. However, in the Tower of Babel, they were the only trusted partners. Now that Yu Zhong had killed one of them, they were naturally full of rage. Ha ha! I've just broken through another small tier, and am in need of some opponent. Your timing is right. You can become stepping stones for me. Yu Zhong eyed the remaining 7 Devil Lords, laughing coldly as he executed his shadow clone technique, as numerous Yu Zhongs appeared, and soared towards the 7 Devil Lords. Right now, his clones were no longer those weak copies that would dissipate after a single hit. In order to deal with them, the 7 Devil Lords had to exert some strength. Bunch of trash! Break for me! The bullhead Evil Devil Lord urged his huge Devil Battleaxe to slice down, slamming towards the numerous copies of Yu Zhong. Under the frightful image of the Devil Battleaxe, many of the clones vanished. What a pity you're too late. Die. At that instant, Yu Zhong appeared in front of that bullhead Evil Devil Lord and sent a fist covered with the flames of desolation at the head of the bullhead Evil Devil Lord. With a loud explosion, Yu Zhong's fist slammed into the body of the devil, and the God-Devil flame was more than 4 times stronger than before, instantly incinerating the bullhead Evil Devil Lord, including his soul, leaving nothing behind. Seeing that instant kill, the remaining 6 Devil Lords were all shocked and felt despair for the first time. Chapter 1200 River of Golden Blood. Geoffrey saw how Yu Zhong slaughtered the bullhead Evil Devil Lord with a single fist, and his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? His evolving speed is simply too quick. He was just an ordinary Type 9 expert just recently. How could he improve so fast? Not too long ago, Geoffrey was still able to suppress Yu Zhong completely, forcing him to flee. However, in just a few days, Yu Zhong already become even stronger than the bullhead Evil Devil Lord, whose prowess was way above Geoffrey. He was simply overwhelmed by this sort of monstrous existence. All of a sudden, the face of the charming Devil Lord changed as she screamed, "He's an oracle! He's an oracle!" Hearing those words, other than the humans, most of the half-step true god experts of the various races were shocked. An oracle would possess the god-devil imprint, and receive the favor of the heavens, allowing them to absorb life force and evolve quickly. To most of the races, an oracle would be the most delicious prey, but also the most dangerous threat. If they could swallow a weak one, then they could easily evolve to the next realm. However, they could also become the stepping stones for the oracle to evolve. All sorts of gazes filled with animosity, greed, and envy fell upon Yu Zhong. Many experts even began to channel their energy and qi, dodging the attacks from below, while planning their moves against Yu Zhong. Heavenly Lord Lei Huang stared at Yu Zhong with a complicated gaze. This secret is finally out of the bag. Yu Zhong's evolution speed was incredibly fast, surpassing the expectations of the Heavenly Lords. Currently, Yu Zhong was even stronger than Lei Huang himself, and the Heavenly Lord could not help but be jealous. Bulai also had a complicated gaze as he sighed. It's already good enough that this was hidden for so long. Now it will be a critical moment for him. If he can get through this, he will definitely be the true god of our human race, otherwise, he would perish and become food for others to evolve. Bulai was also filled with envy and jealousy towards Yuzhong's speed of improvement. However, he knew that if Yuzhong could truly become a true god expert, then there would be no one who could be his match among the 800 worlds. Yuzhong would then become the true god of the holy heavens, wielding great authority. Yen Tian suddenly asked, "Should we help him then?" Lei Huang swept those experts a look and chuckled bitterly. "It's useless. He's now everybody's target. Once we go over, we would just suffer and die at the hands of these mad fools." Currently, within the 4th level, the eyes of the various species and races were all bloodshot. Yuzhong was like a huge tonic for them and was the most threatening existence to their own race. If they could kill Yuzhong, the benefits would be immeasurable. Some of the half-step true gods even stared at the other human experts with undisguised animosity. The moment the humans tried anything, they would attack. The charming Devil Lord screamed out loud, "Everyone, attack! Kill him! He's a mature oracle, whoever gets to devour him would obtain all that he has." The chances of reaching the true god stage would also increase multi-folds. "Want to kill me? Then you can die first." Yuzhong's gaze turned cold and he extended the white wings he obtained from the 3rd level, and with a bright, holy radiance, he appeared in front of the charming Devil Lord, a fist covered with the flames of desolation punching out at her. "No! Don't kill me! I can be your slave." There was a look of fear and despair in her eyes, as she immediately channeled her innate art, putting on a pitiful expression as she pleaded, "Die!" Yuzhong did not have any intention to be chivalrous. Instead, his fist slammed through all of her defenses, causing the devastating flames to incinerate her at one go, leaving nothing except a pitch-black mirror behind. "Mayor! Bastard! You dare kill my beloved Mayor! I will tear you apart! Beast! Damn beast! I will cook you alive!" The 5 remaining Devil Lords burst forth in their anguish and fury, charging at Yuzhong. The charming Devil Lord had attracted all 5 of these Devil Lords, thus, when she was killed, they were naturally enraged. "Ha ha! A bunch of fellows looking to die! Become my nourishment!" The cold glint in Yuzhong's eyes intensified, as he roared out with laughter, and the white wings on his back flapped. He charged through the 5 devils and blasted out with his fists and flames of desolation. The holy light wings that he obtained were considered a speed-type gold-grade treasure. With his current peak-type 9 strength, he was even faster than a few weaker true gods. The 5 Devil Lords were unable to catch his movements, and in a blink, 3 of them were annihilated by Yuzhong, turning into dust. The remaining Shadow Devil Lord and Silk Devil Lord Jeffrey saw that things were not good, and had already urged their treasures and their potential to the best they could to flee. Within the Black Devil Silk, Jeffrey's terrified voice rang out, "Everyone! Attack together! If we can't kill him, we would become his food! Everybody, let's go! We cannot let this human evolve any further! Kill him! Devour everything of his!" Seeing how Yuzhong was able to kill 3 half-step true gods without any resistance and could absorb their life force, the rest of the experts could not wait any longer. A huge golden train charged out from the ground, bringing with it hot, billowing steam and golden tracks, intending to slam into Yuzhong. The moment that train appeared, the tracks seemed to be fixed on Yuzhong, and before the train had reached, nothing could change its trajectory, until it could hit Yuzhong. One expert in black clothes caused dark chi to surround himself, like a huge black box shot out, emitting powerful spatial fluctuations as they formed a seal around Yuzhong. A beauty in red-blue once on her golden conch, causing a terrifying sound wave to blast out at Yuzhong. Numerous experts acted out, exhibiting their abilities and attacking Yuzhong. Such a huge bunch of half-step true gods acting together, even a true god expert would not be able to handle it easily. Facing that sort of assault, Yuzhong laughed coldly, his holy light wings flapped, and he charged straight into the river of golden blood. The attacks of those powerhouses also slammed into the river. As the river was made out of the blood essence of countless fallen true gods, it contained incredible might and powerful laws. No matter how the attack struck the surface, the river would consume it all, igniting some parts of the river. "Damn you! Ants, go to hell!" A roar of rage sounded out, as numerous golden arrows shot towards the experts in the skies, piercing another 4 Type 9 powerhouses. The 4 of them screamed out in misery and fell into the river. As they fell into the river, they were instantly sucked dry and became 4 emaciated corpses. One half-step true god expert roared in rage, "Destroy this river! Only by doing it we can go to the next level." There was only this river of golden blood, as well as the dense clumps of god blood lotuses. The Type 9 powerhouses knew clearly that they had to destroy this river to proceed. The experts began to channel their attacks, containing laws and principles as they slammed into the river, causing some parts to sizzle and turn into vapor. If it were an ordinary river, any one of those attacks could have easily destroyed the entire river. However, as this river was formed from the blood of countless true gods, they could only chip away at it slowly. Only those with flame-based abilities had the advantage of burning through the blood slightly faster. Under their joint attacks, the blood began to boil, and the number of golden arrows was starting to decrease, both in strength and numbers. "Damn bastards, the great Kamek is enraged. You shall all die." There were roars of rage sounding from within the river of blood. Just then, the water began to churn, and numerous corpses charged out from within, pouncing at the Type 9 powerhouses in the skies. They all had the insane speed of the high Type 9 realm, and it was such a dense horde of corpses assaulting the experts in the air. Although many of them were destroyed by the half-step true gods while flying halfway, many others managed to reach in front of those powerhouses and tore the weaker beings apart, throwing their corpses into the river of blood. The corpses and the experts of the races began to slaughter each other in a cruel fashion. On the other side, when Yuzhong dropped into the river, there was a terrifying suction force from within, pulling him to the depths of the river. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.